Oh shit, I can hear myself live. Just kind of moving things out the background. Whoops. Goodness me. Is there loads of fan noises in the background, by the way? Because my fan is on. And my picture's unclear again. But it doesn't look unclear when I restreamed it. Right, hello everyone. Wait a second. Hello Manar. Watched all 5 hours yesterday. Yeah, I watched all 5 hours as well. I'm really sorry. I have so much shit in the background. I just kind of want to move it all out the way. Like, this is a fucking... God. I watched all 5 hours, hence why I'm incredibly fucking tired, because it finished at like 1 a.m. UK time, and someone commented about it, and I don't know what to do. I think I may do what someone recommended of basically reacting to, you know what, I'll just do that. That'll fix the issue. I'll just move it slightly. How's the size of my picture? Would people like it bigger or smaller? Let me know in chat. Hello. Yeah, it was very tough to watch. I mean, I stayed up to 1 a.m. and then I ended up staying up later because I couldn't get to sleep, but it was terribly exciting. I mean, again, I made a TikTok about this and I was just like, there's kind of a bit of poverty because Ethan's whole chat was going like, wow, you did so well, Ethan. And, you know, I think you could say many things, but yeah. Why am I putting it through again? Because, to be fair, yesterday I was distracted a bit. I was texting. Like for a lot of it, so there'll be a lot to say. And I also watched it once because I didn't really have any reactions. I just noted down a few things that like okay, cool. I just noted down like a few things that I thought were like worth basically having and talking about, and like basically just bothering with. I mean, it's very much like Salam az Engelistan Martia. Ethan made it unwatchable. Yeah, I normally try and go to bed. I sometimes end up going to bed at about 1 a.m. But hello to the person from Athens. Who do I think did better? I think Hasan did a lot better. I think Ethan, especially for the first 2 hours, gave an account that really came across as someone who's not doing very well mentally. Like, genuinely. I don't think... And I don't want to just blame him, like, talk about... like mental health, but like, did he really come across as someone who was like sort of very stable and such? He came across as like very unhinged. It was really quite something. It was really quite something. The man was not doing too well. And I mean, even like I pulled this up to just show you, like some of the things that Ethan talked about were just utter bollocks. Like, okay, so he's like, okay, this is what the like-dislike ratio on fucking iDubbbz's video is. That extension doesn't work. Here's my video, Ethan, please stop talking about Palestine. Here is the what the extension says. It says it has nearly 9,000 dislikes. And then this one, here it actually is the reality. It has 3.8% dislikes of like of nearly 10,000. And apparently, according to this algorithm app thing, and Ethan was just sat there. I think, like, ultimately as well, it kind of just shows you, like, that Ethan's not very good at it, but he kind of tried to. Which is just, for Ethan, it was just about getting gotchas. It was, no, the video, oh, the camera's covering. Okay, let me show you again, Let me see it in OBS. Let me just see it in OBS. Oh, okay, right. Sorry. Fuck's sake. What? This is really annoying. Wait, hold on. Let me just move my camera. Right, there you go. You can see it. It's not like what Ethan might claim, you know? Like it's not at all the way, like the app shows one thing and you can show one other thing. Ethan mopped Hasan. Yeah, Ethan mopped Hasan. Like, honestly, it's like what people consider about mopping him. It's like going, well, Nelson Mandela said this, and it's like, Nelson Mandela was alive a long time ago, you know? Nelson Mandela wasn't witnessing Israel blow Gaza to pieces in recent years, you know? I don't even care. I think it's just such bollocks, and it's just like all it devolves into is people just doing gotchas. Although I think Hasan made some really good points, because he kind of showed you why Ethan, he explained to Ethan at least kind of like, he explained to Ethan quite clearly, people don't hate you because of anti-Semitism. People hate you because of the way you behave on the internet. And I think that would always be the point. Like, Ethan can say what he wants, like when he was talking about watching hate videos, but my videos are not made from just, like, positions of I hate H3H3. I really don't think about H3H3 that much, you know? Like, at all. And yet he's just there, like, people make these hate videos. And Hasan was right to say, like, you know, oh, you have a hate subreddit, hate stream. He's completely correct. This is what Ethan does and is. I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, Lonerbox, I was very upset to hear Lonerbox said my video was bad faith and that he hates my cadence so much that he wouldn't watch my video. I was grossly upset about that. And Mr. Lonerbox, Nassif, I would love it if you'd watch my video. I mean, the viewership was really, really obscene, like how many people watched it, and you compare that to like anything else talking about Palestine, but it doesn't surprise me, you know, if I do debates on TikTok, I get way more viewers than if I just talk at the camera. Like, I'll get maybe 300 to 400, whereas if I do debates with people like it. People like seeing gotchas and stuff. And like the whole point of the debate with Lonerbox was exactly like that. He didn't want to talk about anything of substance. And I mean, Hasan ended up talking for 2 hours with this guy about nothing of substance, you know? Like, he really did. But Ethan didn't end up removing him when he brought up something that he didn't want to hear, you know? I mean, also, it's just Ethan going, what about... Like, Ethan said some fucking crazy shit, you know? The bit where he was like, those Arabs are racist. As I've mentioned before, there are a ton of examples of British soldiers, if you want a book about it. Oh, fuck's sake. Sorry. This book, One Palestine Complete, details Britain in the British Empire and when they ruled over Palestine, basically. And what it talks about a lot is... here it is, sorry, you couldn't see it. What it talks about is basically how when the British Empire ruled over it, that, you know, there was a very clear element of probably shouldn't do what we're doing now. This is going to cause a lot of problems in the Middle East, and it did. I don't think Jewish people would have been expelled, would be removed from that land, you know, from where they were from, and there was a mixture of different things. That would not have happened had Britain not implanted a settler colony in the Middle East, you know? It's like as simple as that. And comparing it, and Hasan was right to say, comparing that to the Nakba is fundamentally ridiculous. I mean, we'll talk more about it. I didn't pull up loads of sources, but I can do it when we get there. So I want to see how much we get through, because I'm definitely going to 2x speed it. The book is called One Palestine Complete. It's quite old now. It's probably worth reading. There's another one called Policy of Deceit by Peter Shambrook that's more recent, that's really good. The fact that Ethan thinks that Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist... Yeah, I mean, Anne Frank is particularly famous as a survivor of genocide because we all learn about the Holocaust in school as well. And she's someone who it's like, you know, good to focus on because her story's interesting and she's one of the few people who produced like a wealth of literature at the time, or like a long book. I don't know what... I didn't go to LSE, so I don't know if that's meaningful. Arabs who attacked the Jews not in Israel in 1948 are anti-Semitic is just logical. What? Saying the Arabs, the Jews not in Israel are anti-Semitic. Yeah, I mean, of course there was an anti-Semitic element, but there was also like a massive rise in fucking Arab nationalism and a lizard-brained reaction of blaming an other for the degradation of your society. And by the way, I'll tell you what's actually more disgusting. I heard Douglas Murray do this the other day. He was talking about how like Islamic anti-Semitism is different to other kinds of anti-Semitism. I mean, in the sense of the fact of Europe's anti-Semitism is incomparable to fucking anyone else in the world. I must remind you that Europe exterminated 6 million Jewish people. And the Germans were the main culprits, but many other people got involved in that. And no one in Europe gave a fuck. And yet you hear people like Ethan going, those Arabs, they were so anti-Semitic. And it's like, well, maybe if Europe's decision wasn't to foist this settler colony onto the people of the Middle East is ridiculous. And also, by the way, on Nelson Mandela, I mean, I will talk about this again. Nelson Mandela gave a great speech. Nelson Mandela was more of an international superstar than a revolutionary. The ANC failed the South African people in the sense of they allowed private property to be enshrined and they made too many concessions to the white minority. Yes, objectively, the situation there is much better now, but what I will say is that there are many, many black South Africans suffering. The murder rate is incredibly high, and I showed it the other day. If you Google the township of Alexandria, and you can read about, if you want to read a great book, Andy Clarno's Neoliberal Apartheid is brilliant, you know. You can read it if you want to, and so, like, when people are like, well, Nelson Mandela was this amazing peaceful activist, it's like, well, maybe there's something more to liberation than what Nelson Mandela wanted, you know? Like, I'm sorry, talk about what Mandela said, yeah, like, hold him up, but I think Nelson Mandela would have showed solidarity right now with the fucking Palestinians, and he wouldn't have been making, like, Loner Box and fucking Ethan Klein are using him to defend it. I'm not sure the guy who was talking about, like, sniper jobs being difficult and went on a trip to Israel with Destiny whilst it did genocide, you know? Yeah, Santon, that's it. Like, in South Africa, it's a space of inequality where the white minority refuse to sell land to black people because they still hate them. Even, I mean, this is a really interesting one. If you know about Oscar Pistorius, right? I can't actually remember the full discussion, but anyway, Oscar Pistorius in his trial was basically like, yeah, I was scared there was an intruder in my house. And what I read of it was that someone was like, instantaneously, this harked back to the spectre of the black criminal, and it dominates very heavily in South African society. And so this idea of like being like, well, Nelson Mandela was the right kind of peaceful activist, I'm not so sure that you should just hold him up as like the best example of the only human being who did anything in South Africa. Like, as I said, South Africa is not my like main area of expertise. And also, by the way, I saw Lonerbox trying to say something like about how the PLO and the ANC had different visions. The PLO and the ANC collaborated before Arafat denounced violence, you know? Sorry. I liked Adam Friedland's tweets about this. Ethan, a non-political, was able to make Hasan look like a most fool in the... Ethan, a non-political commentator, was able to make Hasan look like a fool most of the debate. Overall, Ethan W. Let's go Israel. Hot stanky garbage. Any Israel flag will get you banned from my channel because I don't like Israel. I don't have any sympathy. I don't want to see Israel's flag. So yeah, that's enough of that. But yeah, I mean, also, by the way, like, the way that it just sort of was of like watching Ethan, like, it got a bit more serious after like 2 hours. But like the first 2 hours were Ethan screaming. I loved it when Hasan was like, "You're having hallucinations." Hold on, I actually need to pull up a little Google document as well. But yeah, I mean, in the case of South Africa, was a vote really all that people needed? Was it what they wanted? I don't know. And I just think, I also loved it when Ethan Klein brought up, Norman Finkelstein. Like, Norman Finkelstein has some pretty fucking problematic views on Palestine. Like, I don't think his view on, like, BDS and, like, academic boycotting Israel are, like, reasonable. I don't think he believes in academic boycott of Israel. And you know what? Ilan Pape said to me, well, he didn't say this to me, he said it to, like, our encampment when he was there. He was like, someone was like, do you not think that if you boycott Israeli academics, you'll boycott some of the good ones? And he went, I can count on my hands the amount of Israeli academics that I would consider pro-Palestine enough to not warrant criticism. And he said of these people, one of them is dead, and the rest of them would not give a solitary fuck if you were to basically boycott us. Who cares, you know? It's kind of like this thing of just, I think that, yeah, I think that it's kind of, I don't know, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Sorry. My internet also should be better today, but I don't 100% know. The part about Anne Frank was absurd. No one celebrates her for pacifism. I mean, I think people celebrate Anne Frank for... you know what? I've never read Diary of a Young Girl, but I don't think that's the reason that I have heard of her, you know? Shall we just begin? Oh no, I haven't even started yet. I've just been talking. Maybe, you know what? I'll do 13 minutes until we start the stream. I'll just continue answering questions. I mean, yeah, I also think that Hasan was pretty fucking charitable, but just look at it as a medium. Like, Ethan had 70,000 people. You know what, actually? We could watch one of my favourite YouTube videos, which will probably put people off, make you want to leave, because it's by someone people might find quite boring. I don't know if he'll appreciate this, but fuck it, he has public YouTube videos.
Thanks so much for that introduction, and thanks to everyone for that really warm response. That was incredible. Usually I'm hearing people hoot and boo when I get introduced, so it's nice to have that as a difference. The little talk I want to give is called Enjoyment and Argument. And I want to start with a little joke that hopefully not everybody in the audience has heard, but it goes like this. So an anti-vaxxer goes to heaven, and St. Peter says, okay, every new entrant into heaven gets to go to God and ask the question that's most in the fore of your mind. And she doesn't ask about like creation or the nature of the universe. She says, my question is, who's behind the conspiracy to put a microchip in the COVID-19 vaccine to control everyone? And she goes, is it the NSA, is it the CDC, or the pharmaceutical companies, or is it maybe someone else? And God calmly responds, actually, there's no conspiracy. The vaccines are totally safe. There's no chip in any of them. And the woman says to herself, wow, it goes up even further than I thought it did. So this argument, I think what is great about this joke is that God's unable to, even God, the greatest authority, obviously, that we can imagine, is unable to convince this woman with just a authoritative statement. So what I get from this, and the point I want to make on the whole, is that argument relies on evidence, obviously, but the receptiveness to the evidence, and thus to the argument as a whole, I think depends upon how argument mobilizes the enjoyment of its audience. And
that's kind of the only bit that really mattered for me showing you. Wait 1 second. I'll show you something else. That's fine. Sorry, 1 second. I just wanted to show that. That's kind of the truth of it. That's kind of the truth of it. It all just matters about enjoyment. Like, it's all that it matters. Like, all that matters is enjoyment. Ethan Klein... Ethan Klein's fans were always going to be there because so many people watching that debate just went to watch to hate Hasan. Like, truth be told, they went to watch to hate Hasan. It's why there's even someone coming in here to tell you, like, how well Ethan did. And it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, I like the joke as well. He's a very interesting guy, Tom McGowan. He has a very good podcast with a guy called Ryan Engley. I mean, it's unsurprising that the views are so different. I think, truth be told, you could see... I mean, I think that Twitter just is influenced heavily by, all of, like... all of the people you follow and stuff, yeah. And I know he had ChatGPT open. There was a bit at the end where he categorically read off ChatGPT. You could read it. So I don't know what people want me to do. I'll kind of see what you all say. I'll see what you all say as well here. But do you want me to skip the first bit, or do you want me to just watch quite a bit of it at 2 times speed until we get to the actual Palestine-related stuff? Because there's a lot of shit in here. Oh, we are going to go through the debacle. Ethan is gross in 2 times speed. Okay, 2 times speed. I think it's going to have to be. Two times. Okay. Right, let's go. Right, let's begin. Yeah, I saw the things. Okay, it's more 2 times than speed.
The control microphone volume. Is it on the properties side? Is it on the advanced side? And do I say allow applications to exclusively control this device? No, I don't have that. No, that's on the speaker side. Hold on. What about the microphone? No, that's Rodecaster default device. Huh. I have to piss too before I do this, but I gotta fix this real quick. 70K watching tech support? Yeah. Shit, I lost it. Click more sound settings and go to communications, then click do nothing. Trust me, I work in IT, bro. No, you were right in the right spot. Ignore the morons. Go back to where you were.
I guess I'll just wait until he gets it. Oh no, we didn't think this through. It's going to be 1.57 times worse.
Driver details, events, device configured, general.
I watch.
I don't have the Zoom desktop app. I'm logging
wait.
in through the browser.
Is there no custom speed? There's only 1.5 or 2
Sound,
times.
communications, do nothing. Oh,
It's also really quite quiet.
Adjust the volume of different sounds when you're using your PC. It is on do nothing. So why is it not working? It still automatically lowers it.
How's
Google
the volume
keeps
now?
changing it unless you go to Chrome. No, I know. I think it's like.
Show everybody Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Oh, here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hasan, leave the production notes to my team.
Hasan posted the VOD on YouTube, did he? Because this seems to be way too quiet. Hold on, let me just pull it up. Oh wow, he did post.
And now explain what he means.
Sorry, obviously it just has like a bit at the start that's like Ethan shouting. Right, I'll pull this up. Right, here we go.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible, but yes, you have grievances with me, and of course,
Okay.
I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
of course,
good.
we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will
Sure.
allow me in that
Of
process.
course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also
let's
experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on
sure,
one
go
second.
ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand
Zionism
where I'm coming
is the belief.
Yeah, I'm glad for my sleep schedule, Anthony, that I didn't end up watching this until like when it was actually live, because if I was pausing this, I would have been up so late, because the amount of shit that this guy said. Oh, actually, wait, before we start, there was a really funny video I was watching. I don't know if anyone's seen it. Sharon Osbourne on Piers Morgan. She kept calling it Hezbollah. Oh god, I'm not going to be able to find it. I know where I'll find it actually. Hold on 1 second, it's very funny. Goodness me.
Most of the guests I've had on, do they condemn Hamas? It's become a sort of running thing, which people have mocked me for. But the reason I ask it is I think if you don't condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th, I find it very hard to stomach anything you then want to say about anything else, because it should be condemned by everybody.
She's very, very, very strange looking.
From Ireland, who are publicly endorsing Hamas post-October the 7th. Why shouldn't people be outraged by that?
In Britain today, a rap group's lyrics about genocide are causing more outrage than the genocide itself. I mean, Sharon talks about kneecap inciting violence with a fist, but we're completely, so far, 10 minutes into the segment, ignoring
Yeah, she does look. Sharon Osbourne is a strange looking character.
using in Gaza every single day, burning entire families in tents. That is violent and aggressive,
but that's
killing
what
children
you
on a
did
daily
to
basis.
Jews. Your
That is
lot
violent.
did that to Jews.
This might not
You're
actually
talking
be the-
about what
Okay,
the
can I continue?
Palestinians did to the
Pierce,
Jews, are you?
kneecap. Pierce, kneecap is under investigation.
Also, why are these people just always welcomed on fucking Piers Morgan, you know? People are always like, you should go on.
Killing of children, it's military occupation, and in other words, they're giving voice to a generation.
Well, hang on,
that's
okay,
fed
but hang
up
on,
with
hang
being
on, okay.
gaslit
Hang on a second.
while war crimes-
Hang on, Ahmed, hang on.
I can't actually find this bit, but she referred to Hezbollah as Hezbollah. It's very interesting. Right, let's get back to this, because or else we're going to be watching this. It's 4 hours! Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, well, just, yeah, I think that social media has given us the perception that we need to hear everyone's opinion about every single thing. And look, I'm not saying my opinion is more worthwhile because I have a degree, and nor do I think that that just gives me a right to be on fucking television shows. But what I will say is I probably have more of a right to be on a fucking television show than Sharon Osbourne. All I know Sharon Osbourne from is being married to Ozzy Osbourne and fucking X Factor from when I was a kid, you know?
Belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing.
By the way, this is also just so weird, because he says, I don't think the establishment of Israel was a good thing, but then he rejects From the River to the Sea, he rejects, like, a kibbutz being attacked, and says that this is, like, some kind of thing, like, you know, he says that this is, like, some kind of, like, look, killing civilians is wrong, but, like, at the same time, if you think Israel is, move your image above Hassan Square, great point. So you want to see Hassan's face more than mine? God, that's fucking rude. Yeah, no problem though. What was I saying? Sorry, I realised that that's actually a very good idea. Thank you for recommending me. Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. I'm not sure it is always. Yeah. I know. I think that's a great idea. Let's be honest. You're all only here because Hassan's handsome, and you want to see me look at a handsome man. That's it, isn't it? But yeah. I mean, on the topic of, he did reject From the River to the Sea. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know he was saying he didn't. But it's just so funny to hear him say this. And there was so much of this, of like Ethan going, well, I didn't say that, I didn't do that, I'm not like that, you know. Yeah.
Thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you,
okay,
sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you. No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do this.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
Was happening. I can't
really?
remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I gotta get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
Creating Jewish majority in a Jewish minority country is problematic. Why is this just accepted? Exactly. And also, by the way, it is also always made more unacceptable by the fact that there were a lot of people who said don't do that because you're going to cause a lot of problems. And it did. I think that in fact, the way that they were, I'll talk about this more later, but the way that Ethan frames like the suffering of Jewish people in the Middle East, yeah, there's a point to it, but like I think that the more major point would be, hey, wasn't that Zionism's fault by virtue of establishing a settler colony, you know?
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
Not that. I mean,
you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merits of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and it was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking.
I don't care. I don't know why there's a major.
You did say it.
It is true, by the way, that the likes aren't botted. Just the extension doesn't work. That's like as simple as it is.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
And also, just to mention a question here. Someone said, basically, Ethan sorry, it's the one below. He has so little interest in genocide, it's crazy. It's all about petty grievances. Yeah, that's the funny thing, because Ethan was so willing to accept, like, basically, you know, so willing to accept so many of the things that were allegedly anti-Semitic hatred, you know? Like, anti-Semitic targeting. And by the way, and by the way, just on the topic of the Tourette stuff, like, I don't, you know, you can't really mock him for that. I'll lower my mic audio, sorry. Don't really mock him for that, but, like, also, at the same time, you could also definitely see that it was Tourette's, because, like, how sort of pronounced it was, and it seems to be worse with stress, by the way. But, yeah.
definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Most of the time, the Ottoman Empire Jews, Christians and Muslims lived side by side along to... So, Ottoman tolerance is a bit of a funny thing. So, the Ottomans at points were very tolerant, but the Ottomans at other points were not very tolerant. And it was kind of a mix surround of, like, the whims and wills of whoever was in power. So, at points, yeah. But, I mean, in comparison to Europe, yeah, anyone who is talking about the experience of Jewish people in the Middle East and saying, look how bad it was, whilst also, like... you know, not talking about Europe, is doing that for a specific reason, which is to make Arabs and look more barbarous, basically.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed it
Right,
thoroughly. Do you know that? Do you believe you should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You were asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the
iDubbbz's
video.
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled
content
CPS Came to My House, Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't.
Also, by the way, the content cop was very mild criticism of Ethan. Like, by the way, it's very much a mild criticism of Ethan.
Have any, like, dude,
Go ahead.
listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on. You
brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've both been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever, yada yada. Ask me a question.
No, please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
Also,
Go
don't
ahead.
Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on and let me.
Wow,
explain
God
my
forbid.
position to you.
I'm surprised that Ethan didn't put the Israeli flag behind him or something using his green screen.
By the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against CPS.
Things that happen to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
ask me a question.
I don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good.
you
Ask me a
think that
question.
I have anything to do with this.
Because you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people call CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should.
It's such a petty fucking criticism. Like, look, the CPS stuff is like, look, people shouldn't be calling CPS on him, but like at the same time, like, I don't think it really matters because it's not like iDubbbz was like, yeah, I love it when you get harassed and stuff, was it?
Should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it. I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character is.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic here.
About iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, I will bring this up. Hold on. Just give me a second. I don't know if anyone has noted this, but there's something worth noting in that episode of the snark called CPS. Hold on, we can watch it here.
I remember it happened where they went around the perimeter of our house and Shredder got out. It was so scary. That part was so scary.
There's one part to listen to coming up here.
We weren't there at the time. We've also had the FBI come to our house, actually, at this point, several times. One of them being to tell us not to open any packages until further notice. Yeah. Those were all, I'm pretty sure, from more like on the right side of anti-Semitism, Nazi-adjacent types of shit. And we knew that because one of the guys who...
Do you hear what he said there? This was on the right-wing side of anti-Semitism. Like, look, you know what? Who knows the truth of all of this? Ethan seemingly says, the crew says, if Ethan has got them all to lie, I would be surprised. But you know what? Like, honestly, listen to that. I don't know if anyone who has mentioned anyone. I don't know if I saw people talking about this. But just to note, there are other people who actually don't like Ethan because he is Jewish. A lot of the vast majority of people who are criticizing him right now are criticizing him because of his takes on Palestine. He admits that he has been sent stuff in the mail and has been involved with the FBI before that told him not to open packages. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that this disproves anything, But what I am saying is like, hey, there are other people who don't like Ethan, and some people who actually have malicious intentions, as opposed to fucking people like Hasan and Frogan who are like, hey, can you stop saying you're going to go on holiday to Israel? But now, of course, they are all one. They are all one. Everyone is one. There is no line, but yeah.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on. Do I think my coverage?
I don't think that's the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
Not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian.
I was going to explain that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that especially like I'm 24, and so when I was 14, I was watching like this kind of stuff. I was watching Ethan, and a lot of what like Ethan, iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, like all of these people did was they were like, hey, you know what's funny? The most outrageous joke that you can possibly imagine, like just saying outrageous shit. And in many ways, I think that like fosters an environment of people taking jokes way too far. And you know, Ethan doesn't want to like discuss that. Like when they discuss the drawing of the swastika, Ethan doesn't really seem to think it matters very much.
Like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now that's my answer to that. Now let me ask you about this.
Mm-hmm.
This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a belief sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why? What is the? So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision.
Do you think it's reasonable?
And I know that iDubbbz has apologized and stuff. I'm well aware. I'm just saying that like this was all of Ethan's personality on the internet, and so I don't think someone making a joke about like a manji fucking sword. And also, by the way, like I when it comes to a dog whistle. Like, a dog whistle's usually hiding your politics. Do you actually think that Hasan is a Nazi, that he's using this to hide from being a Nazi? I'm not so sure. Well, I'm not so sure. He's fucking not doing that because he's not a Nazi, and he's someone who actively works against the kind of identity politics espoused by the Nazis. Are you going to react to the whole thing? I think so, yeah.
To perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Yeah, Ubisoft, they're going to be really happy about that. Ubisoft are part of the Nazi conspiracy.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan, and what you're doing is gaslighting somebody.
It's also, as I say, that is not a dog whistle. A dog whistle... Now, I think... There's something... I'll bring this up actually later.
You made a video... Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups, right? So you made a video... You participated in a video accusing a Jewish... Let me finish my point, Hasan. No, stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
His wife has got a Star of David tattoo, so one might say that that is the most hateful symbol towards Palestinians. She's not even religious, and the Jewish faith prohibits you from getting tattoos in most sects. I'm pretty confident, but yeah. I don't know. Surely you must see that is more of that you have got that and you support Israel in your service in the IOF. And also, microaggressions. Having a manji sword would not be a microaggressions. A microaggression, I don't think you would call it.
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep breath. I didn't even hear your question. I need you to
Well, you
answer
should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they
the
weigh?
other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me paint a
I'm waving that shit
scenario.
around.
Let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay, this is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously...
Yeah, in fact, I think you're right. Like, getting it in blue specifically is even a flag of Israel. I know it gets super Islamophobic. I know it does. I mean, that's the truth. It's like... I think Edward Said wrote this somewhere, but he says Islamophobia is the only kind of bigotry that is not only acceptable in the West, but celebrated. And he's right. Like, a lot of far-right parties basically made the realization that, hey, if you're gonna do anti-Semitism now, that's gonna cause you problems in terms of getting elected. But if you do Islamophobia, that's a boon to getting elected. And I think that that's a really good example of it.
already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz made
It's your
this
sword,
decision,
bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
And
you were there, bro.
know
It's in
how
your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me why
because
I chose
it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just a
likely because I
cosmic chance.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry, son. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed...
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not...
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Ethan, can we... Okay, you got me, all right? I don't know what to tell you. Listen,
oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
I do know what some of you mean. Rewatching this is actually just difficult. Like, rewatching this is just difficult. Ethan's behavior is so out of whack. I think that like the first act, like when they're not talking about anything of substance, Ethan is just spending his time just trying to get a gotcha out of Hasan, and it's just so ridiculous, you know, over a fucking sword.
Okay,
again,
laugh about
it's
it. Go
not
on.
a swastika, and I don't even
Then why
think
should
you
we leave
have
it
that
up?
much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
I do like it. He kept going, I'm a Jewish man!
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in that
killed
room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on...
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with, like, being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately, what, 50 times?
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the
I think that also it's a very different context of like no Jewish people greets their friend or uses the term colloquially or just like says or just sends swastikas to their friend in like a friendly way, and like using the N-word is kind of like a, you know, it's like a term of, I don't know if I'd describe it as endearment maybe, but people use it, you know.
N-word because it offends you.
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Also, did you know apparently the term the N-word comes from O.J. Simpson's trial? That was apparently the first time it was ever used. I tried to like find out. Sorry, someone's calling me. I tried to find out like where the first use was, but it just was telling me the origin. Sorry, someone's calling me, so I need to respond to that. Yeah, but no one's blackface Ethan Klein being the offense police. I mean, yeah, it's just rather ridiculous. And also, by the way, he kept calling women bitches, you know, like, I think that that's pretty outrageous. Like, look, saying bitches, like, I'm with, like, in a friendly way and stuff, fine, fair enough, do whatever you want, and, like, you know, some people using it, but, like, sorry. Sorry, my friend is asking something that I need to answer. What was I saying? Shit, sorry. I'm gonna put my phone on Do Not Disturb so people do not distract me. Yeah, because that's apparently though the first time that it was ever used. Apparently it is. Apparently the O.J. Simpson trial is the first time the term the N-word is. We do need a mod. Ethan has a. Yeah, I mean, also, by the way, I think that people can make mistakes when they're younger, but I think when you're like 30 or 40 years old, maybe regularly saying the N-word and the F-word, you should probably have a little think about that. I'm old enough to be your mother, so I will tell you that I'm very proud of you. Thank you very much. I'll just carry on watching.
Okay, so you think that being able to draw this, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
and who are you to say that to me? You pose with the swastika.
You're saying it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic flute. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic flute, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the...
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika... I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on IDub's shirt 10 years ago. Yeah. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
As looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right?
Yeah, there's the point. There's the point. I know it's not a swastika. The whole point would be if it was a dog whistle, it would be a swastika. It wouldn't matter. It's basically a euphemism for having a swastika. And it just is so different from the politics of what Hasan espouses. Like, this is a guy who clearly wants all human beings to live decently, you know?
Swastika. But it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
So you know it. So you know
no, they know that looks like a swastika.
Sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic flute. You brandished what I.
Only Hindu people have bleed swords. Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm speculating on the
he lifted up.
decision-making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him. I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I'm not IDubs.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his
mind.
mind.
I'm not accusing you of being IDubs, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not IDubs.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on.
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead. Ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't have a problem telling you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that
it definitely doesn't, because Ethan is really just out of line. It is not about his Jewishness here. It is about his politics and behavior, which have been really inappropriate, you know? And I mean, again, yeah, on this topic, like people appropriating and using symbols in ways that they want, you know, Star of David, the thing your wife has tattooed when she was in the IOF, and she literally said that the IOF had not committed war crimes. Yeah, if his friend is blowing up his phone, then he should check it. Do you mean me? If I'm checking my phone, it doesn't matter.
It was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that totally shows where you're at on this. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's
as you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing
time
civilians.
Again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I totally
then we don't disagree.
Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Sabra tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio.
It's fine. Take your time.
My audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan. Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan. Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement.
So
with
it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah.
I mean, is Norman Finkelstein that prominent? He's an academic who's written some decent books. He knows a lot about Palestine. A lot of people talk about him. But within, like, the Palestinian liberation movement, is he that prominent? He's someone that people look up to. And I don't think he's a bad... Like, I'm not admonishing his work. He's done a lot more than I have. And he knows a lot more about fucking Palestine than I do. But I'm just saying here, like, he's not... There's no one key figure in Palestine. There are many different people with differing opinions about the liberation of Palestine. And also, by the way, up until pretty much for the longest time, most Palestinians were committed to the concept of the two-state solution.
I know.
Oh, okay, right. People are talking about this N-word thing. The N-word itself may come from wherever. I don't know the actual origins, but I'm talking about the euphemism of saying N-word instead of saying it. It was apparently first used in the O.J. Simpson trial. It's just something I found out recently.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this as well.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity.
People also, it's funny that Norm didn't bring this up. The actual slogan is Min el Maya lel Maya Falastin Arabiya, which is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab. It's not even free, but like at the same time, it is a fucking chant. It is a chant that is good at protest. When Norm Finkelstein is suggesting to change it to whatever he wants, like Palestine is a land that was predominantly inhabited by Arabs. These Arabs were displaced in order for there to be a Jewish state created there. Arguing against that is not an insane thing. It is not a crazy position, and I'm surprised that Finkelstein did say this.
Say from the river.
Someone's gonna hit you with the chair react.
To the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
imagine chanting that at a fucking protest, going, from the river to the sea, one person, one vote.
You can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
recently
Norm.
talked to campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are...
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you, it's not even my opinion. With him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor. Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still.
Yeah. Also, just to say, someone put this here. I haven't watched the full context of what Finkelstein is actually saying, but someone said here is like, oh, he's not disagreeing with it. He's just saying that people. I mean, maybe that's a point that people use it for bad optics. But I'm going to be honest. Anything you do is going to be used for bad optics. Like, Ethan spent his time yesterday talking about how at the Great March of Return, there were like a small percentage of people who tried to target the border wall,
Ultimately, will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
It is exterminationist.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think. If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually, even more.
Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
it didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
Anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Now, it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
Very good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
do that, because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm. We'll have a great conversation about the from the river to the sea.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn. You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this.
This is the real thing that we should be talking about right now. I think the ICJ needs a new case about Hasan's behaviour. The ICJ should move to sanction Hasan Piker. Also, thank you, Nick. Thank you to everyone donating. I reply in chat normally, because obviously if I haven't got my mic on, I don't really know how to. It's very kind. I never feel it's an obligation at all, though.
Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
Genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework surrounding your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than...
Yeah, actually, you know what, Nick? I just want to actually reply to your point here. I think you're totally correct with what you're saying. The problem is not outsiders misunderstanding the slogan. It's bad actors disingenuously smearing the movement. You're 100% correct. We could say anything and people would have a problem with it, you know? We could say anything. Thank you for your input and educational content on the issue. You know what? The only thing I wish I knew, Alejandro, was I wish I knew more about Mexico. One of my friends is always posting about a Mexican revolutionary, and I just always think, oh, it sounds so interesting. But South America, well, I guess it's Central, or is it North America? The Americas is not somewhere I know that much. I only really have read like bits and pieces about settler colonialism in the North Americas. The Making of the Other by Tsvetan Todorova is a really interesting piece of literature, actually. Sorry, Ethan is unfortunately too content-brained to have a serious discussion. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that this is the problem. Ethan was very interested in this being good content, and I think this is the problem with the debate, and I think Ethan was probably watching his chat more than Hasan. People were probably starting to type, this is boring, this is boring, this is boring, and people do it when you're debating, and they don't have the boom, gotcha moments and the really exciting stuff. The fact is that sometimes debates are really fucking boring and benign. I mean, this one is boring and benign because Ethan is making it such, but sometimes it is that way, you know?
Than the other.
Yeah, now there's 2,000 people here. I don't want to expose myself, but my geography is ridiculous. It is ridiculously bad. I can point out the entire Middle East on a map because obviously I've studied it so much, but generally I hate looking at things. There's a now lost to time stream, thankfully, where I try to map Europe, and it is really quite something. But it's why I have sympathy when people you couldn't point out X thing on a map, and it's who fucking cares? I understand the issues going on. I understand the theory. Who cares if you can point shit out on a fucking map?
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please let me ask you a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
can you answer that question?
No, Hassan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make sense?
I said you're so gracious. You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make sense?
All right, let me ask you a question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And yeah, it's not even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's
very good. Let me ask you a question.
That Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question. What you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz, and I'm not Frogan.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because
I wonder why it might be a good idea to pick Ben Shapiro as someone to put on here. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I think it's probably just because he's Jewish. It's not like he's ever done anything wrong, you know. I don't know. It's not like he did a podcast with Netanyahu, you know.
I don't care.
I do.
This is
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's Jewish.
What? Because it's
the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism.
Oh goodness me!
Is the reason as to why he would be
100% without a doubt. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
I mean, beyond Ben Shapiro's Islamophobia, which someone just mentioned, which you are 100% correct to note, he did a podcast with Netanyahu. Like, I'm sorry, he is a guy that loves Israel and loves genocide. I do not care if Frogan is putting him in a tier list.
I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell me
look
then.
kind of dumb right
So
now.
why
You
is
look
Ben
kind of
there?
insane. That's
Okay,
why
very good.
I'm
Why is
having a
Ben
hard
there?
time. I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only...
Look, I'm not really that familiar with Frogan, but I do think that in part this does just relate to her being Muslim. Like, I think, truth be told, people are scared of Muslims, they don't like them, and Ethan made it very clear that he sees all Arabs as anti-Semites, so it's, you know, kind of this thing of, like, it's kind of this thing of, like, is it surprising that he sees someone who has, like, an indicator of... people view, like, being a Muslim as synonymous with being an Arab, so, like, you know, kind of she has something that is a visual indicator of that, and so she will always be picked. Also, if anyone is watching and isn't subscribed, I never ask people to do this, but I would really like to hit 20,000 subscribers, which we're definitely going to do during this stream, so, yeah. B tier. I don't know who... I know who this is, which is Frogan, and I know that that's Ethan Klein and Ben Shapiro. I was about to say I don't know anyone on this screen. I know everyone apart from who this guy is. I don't know who the B tier guy is.
Only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking, yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra hummus...
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her...
The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben
and
Shapiro.
The highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do,
but
this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything.
I mean, this is probably a good time to talk about it. Right, there's one thing I want to say. Thank you for the 20k. It's not showing on mine, but allegedly I have 20k. That's awesome. On this topic of tokens, as I said previously, what do random Jewish people stand to gain from being pro-Palestine? In fact, what I didn't mention, and I know this from... obviously, I'm not... I have Jewish friends. Like, I have Jewish people who I went to university with. And, like, I will be honest, I would struggle to be friends with anyone who justified Zionism, regardless of what their sort of background was, whether they were Jewish or not. I don't want to be friends with people who would advocate for, like, the expulsion of my other friends, their extermination, and would have no problem with their suffering. But what I will say is I know that for Jewish people, this can often be a very difficult thing. And I think Sam Cedar actually touched on this. He said some guy that I've always known my entire life was saying, like, is Sam anti-Semitic, like calling his family members. Like, think about it this way. Jewish people often experience strain in their family because some of their older family members can't abandon Zionism, and thus they can literally tear apart parts of their family as a result of it. And you sit there and act as if, well, you know, they're just tokens. It's a very big sacrifice for, like... And also, by the way, one of the other things that a person I know noted is in the UK, every single synagogue, at the end of a sermon, I'm sorry if I'm getting the terminology wrong, will say, let's donate to a charity from the UK, a Jewish charity, and then a Jewish charity in Israel. You have two. And it's kind of like mad. It's kind of mad because it then becomes even your faith, something you want to practice, is difficult. And for Jewish people, it is a big sacrifice that can have big blowback on your family. There are also other content creators who talk about this kind of stuff. And yet Ethan is like, they're tokens. Whereas you think about the people who Ethan was sharing on his story, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, the guy makes money out of being pro-Israel as a Palestinian. Like, there are some Jewish people who are making money, but it's not entirely because they are Jewish, it's because they are Jewish and have an interesting perspective. There are plenty of Jewish people who make content on the internet who don't get, like, massive followings for it, whereas the small amount of Palestinians who are very, very stupid... I don't actually have many mods. I need to set up some mods. There was only one person who was set as a mod. That's annoying. But yeah, I mean, conflating Judaism, Israeli Zionist is causing a rise in anti-Semitism. I mean, it is indeed. I mean, like, there are and by the way, there are people who want to latch on to the pro-Palestinian movement disingenuously to spread anti-Semitism. People who don't care about Palestinian liberation because they hate Arabs and they hate everyone who is different to them.
But that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a BT? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
We'll double check.
100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
You.
It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
The BDS one is actually.
It is not about Sabra hummus. It is not about Sabra hummus.
Pretty funny too, because like you've been.
God, I need. Hold on. Hold on. I just want to see if I can get anyone.
You consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
This is categorically true, and I admit that I'm guilty for drinking Diet Coke, but the only thing I will say on this topic is it definitely wasn't, but Palestinians didn't like it. I remember my friend, even prior to it being put on BDS, was very upset when there was like it was brought to our encampment. They didn't like it being brought there, and it's very fair, you know. I think there's a Coke factory in the occupied territories, so I mean it's kind of fair. And you're right, it's just a gotcha. It's just a gotcha to like satisfy his fans of like he's not pro-Palestinian enough, you know. He's not good enough at being pro-Palestinian. I fucked up the other day in quite a bad way. I bought the new fucking Oblivion game and didn't even consider that it was Microsoft. I was like, oh, it's Bethesda, it's fine. And it's a fuck up, and I played too much to refund it. It was stupid and I shouldn't have done it. People can make mistakes, but I think if you spend your time advocating for Palestine, you know. And I do feel bad about that, by the way. I'm not admitting it for like my guilty conscience, but...
Yes,
and ever since it has been on the official BDS list, I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her, son? You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. Yeah, I don't like Sabra hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan?
Yeah, I think that, to be honest, someone just put this in chat. Hasan could milk it and get views by doing content like this all the time. Imagine he just dedicated his stream to literally hatred of Ethan. Yeah, he watched my videos, but like, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't just like slop of like, I hate Ethan because he's bad and I don't like him. I just use Ethan as an example to talk about Palestine. It's like how I used Lonerbox video recently. The only thing I would like to do or change about Lonerbox is I should have called it Learn About Settler Colonialism with Lonerbox. So the term token Jew basically refers to like finding a singular Jewish person and being like, look, they support Palestine, so it makes everything okay, you know?
Go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know,
and I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, are on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
And also, by the way, on the term Sabra, I know what Sabra means, like, because I only learnt it, not even in relation to what Ethan was saying. I don't even remember why I fucking learnt it, but it's just like, who knows that word? Who knows that word? Like, by the way, it's related to like a prickly cactus or something, because Israelis view themselves as like, even the word is pretty fucking weird and offensive, because it's like related to Israelis seeing themselves as like tough and prickly and resistant, when in reality, all they have done is like, you know, expel Palestinians. And also, I'm a big fan of someone saying the H is for healer. Healer 3H3 is for MS13.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird.
This bit was just deeply weird.
I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah, I got it.
Also, I would probably say Coca-Cola is a bigger symbol of capitalist excess than a Rolex hat, and I don't care. He could even have a Rolex. Who fucking cares, you know?
I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so... Oh, wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know, it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man
so this is a cosmic mistake. Let's move on.
Tier list, if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incident.
Of course.
That even
the Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
really
everywhere. These are just cosmic mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
yes, I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote-unquote, dead.
I mean, I hope you all remember Ethan's reaction to Sam Hyde, someone who actually does Nazi dog whistles and stuff. But yeah, you know, I mean, you know, let's just focus on these people who are definitely the real baddies, you know.
The rights, because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says, I hate Jews, but they're walking around swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much find.
Also, like, capitalism, we all have to exist. I mean, people are saying this, but we all have to exist within capitalism. That doesn't mean that you cannot disagree with it fundamentally. I think if Hasan was, like, making money from gambling streams and making money from saying, hey, everyone, can you please donate to me when I already have loads of money? It's just, like, ridiculous, isn't it? And I don't think he, like, misuses his money to, like, just do horrible things. People keep asking for the video to go up. Do people want the video up more? Can I get, like, a general review? But yeah, I mean, just on this topic, like, capitalism is a miserable thing that just human beings are not existing well under capitalism. Our world is burning and human beings all around the world are being exterminated constantly. And so many human beings are denigrated to the point where their only reason for their existence is basically just, you know, work. Well, it's almost every human being. And it's a miserable system that I would like to change. But, like, I can't just stop participating in it, you know? Kaya Coin is coming. Yeah, he's going to do a rug pull. That's the plan. He's going to get in Bevo Coin on TikTok.
Fucking get without them just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like you
and I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism.
But also, by the way, like, with microaggressions and stuff, I mean, it's also like what Hasan generally is talking about is systems of oppression and racism, rather than specifically, like, positioning himself as, like, an expert in microaggressions, I guess. I think that this is just kind of a hangover of Ethan's, like, era of being a sort of right-wing content creator, you know?
I won't even concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch, man.
None of those people.
He definitely wishes they were anti-Semitic, because then it would make all of their criticisms of him so much more ridiculous, you know, and it's kind of the whole point. Anti-Semitism makes, like, the Palestinian movement seem like something that is outrageous, that is connected to the most horrific political movement in history that we all know are bad, you know. Why are you Harry Potter? Because, do you know what? One of the funniest comments, there is one comment a Zionist made to me, and it was when I was filming in somewhere that has, like, a stone wall, and they called me Hamas Potter in the Chamber of Hostages, and that was the funniest thing a Zionist has ever said to me.
People are me, so I don't know why we
stop with the value judgment thing. Like, you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean,
I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
You want me to tell you why? I don't want to hear the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is 100% true. His whole community is like that I make hate videos about him and that I'm like this deranged TikToker and stuff, you know? Like, that I'm like literally just in this for like clout and drama slop and stuff. And it's like, no, I want to push out and educate young people because I exist in a world in which like Palestinians are being exterminated, and I would like to build a platform that in some way can help, you know, work against that. And yet apparently I'm just an anti-Semitic drama slop tuber, according to so many people. I've spent years being called anti-Semitic, and like, look, I am not a perfect human being, and I have no doubt that I have made mistakes at points and said things that may upset people, but I will say ultimately I am not an anti-Semitic person. I want Jewish people to live freely. I would like there to be a world in which all human beings, no one anywhere is exterminated on the basis of their race, and that is why I work so tirelessly why I have dedicated so much of my life to studying Palestine and why it has changed me as a human being, because I see this as like a connected, and someone just put this in here of like, my test for leftist is like consistency over Palestine, North America and stuff. And like, look, the difference between what is currently happening to indigenous people in the Americas is one thing, which is the frontier phase is over. Americans may still, the American government may still be mistreating indigenous people massively, along with the Canadian and Australian governments. All of these places may still do it. But I will say that the other point that I will make here is there is no open frontier of settlement. And this period of the open frontier is always violent, because when there is an open frontier of settlement, it's expanding into other people's land, and all of human history tells us that when you go into other people's land, that provokes violence, you know. And I think it's just, I think it's just like I think it's just this point of like, that's the only difference. But I think there is of course consistency, because I noted this in my video about Lonerbox. In that video, I noted how David Ben-Gurion spoke about how they were going to Palestine to fight wilder Redskins. Like, he literally saw the Palestinians as Native Americans, you know.
And if they are actually out about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in.
The wrath of someone said, I am pro-Palestine. Oh, God, sorry, I've clicked the wrong thing. I am pro-Palestine. Zionism is a horrible thing, but it was good after World War II. But Zionism now is just the most extreme type of fascism. I think it was always quite fascistic. I think there were some elements who said, like, hey, we should go there and, not harm the indigenous people. And they kind of tried to sell this lie that they wanted to, like, uplift the indigenous community. But it was always sold on the basis of a lie. Like, the development of Palestine for the prerequisite of building, like, a Jewish state there was always going to require. By the way, I just wanted to say, Lonerbox was ignoring my videos, but I'm just about to surpass him in viewers for my live stream, and I've done 2 live streams on YouTube, so, you know. But yeah, I don't think there was ever this point at which Zionism was more moral. The only quandary I have is, like, as a safe haven for Jewish people avoiding extermination, Walter Benjamin is one of the best philosophers of the 20th century, in my opinion. I love Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin decided not to go to Palestine. There was no reason for Benjamin not to go to Palestine. He could have gone, and he wouldn't have died had he gone to Palestine. Do I feel that Benjamin could have gone to Palestine and survived and, like, along with other people? Yes. But to go and participate as a settler colonial movement? No. I think even Arafat once spoke about this. He was like the Armenian, he was like, we welcome the Armenians after their extermination. I don't know much about that. And actually, by the way, this is an interesting story, and I'll tell it here because I've got more viewers. I have a family member, right? This is my only real mega connection to the Middle East. I have a family member who saved loads of children during the Armenian genocide. His name is Jakob Kunzler. He's distantly related. You can look him up. There's a Wikipedia page and stuff. And, like, people are always like, you have German family. You have German ancestors. I don't know who my ancestors really are. I'm not mega into it. But, yeah, I don't really have, like, all of these ancestors and stuff who are like I know much about, but like, you know, I just wanted to bring that up because it's interesting. Basically, what's your tattoo? It's these. I don't know if you can see them because I don't actually have my camera up. I've got a horrible pause frame, but I've got these on my arms. This is from a poem that's like, "In paradise I flew, my body kept me caged for a day or two." But yeah.
On what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure
my
did.
Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up, Hasan.
But hold on.
Sorry, you're right that Armenia isn't in the Middle East, but basically the reason that I know that this happened in Urfa, which I believe is in Turkey somewhere, I think at this point, or the Ottoman Empire, because he's one of the eyewitnesses about it. But sorry, there was actually something I wanted to say here. Shit. Fuck. There was something that I wanted to say, but I've kind of forgotten now. Sorry.
Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time,
Oh yeah, this is a really good point. Have you noticed how, I mean, I spoke about this, and I mentioned it last time, using Judaism, using Judaism as a justification is violent. I think it's led people down a very dangerous path. I think it really has. I think as like a justification of saying we experience this sort of exceptional thing and so we have the right to do anything has really cultivated a sense in Israel of exterminating people. So, you know, it's really just atrocious. It's really, really atrocious what is happening in Palestine, you know. In Palestine. But on this topic, by the way, as I said, Asmongold was like the most viewed streamer of 2025 or something so far. Asmongold said the Holocaust probably happened a few weeks ago. His name is Jakob, Jakob. You can look him up. But yeah, like Asmongold. Like, why are you not talking about that, Ethan? You know.
Day prior to me had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
wow, bang!
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
Ethan, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
Okay, then let's move on from
you asked me two
and
questions.
Let's address
No. You asked me.
Anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Or your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that.
By the way, daring to compare people who make jokes about like the numbers in the Holocaust and things to people who talk about Palestine and Middle Eastern Jewish people is really, really dangerous. Like, I think that is a minimization of the Holocaust, by the way, and also a much more dangerous thing. Like Ethan is talking now about a man who I have seen making a joke where he goes, if this amount of cookies, and literally like being like openly a Nazi. And he thinks that people like that are less dangerous, you know?
You accuse them of being always the oppressor. Always.
Can you
everything. And by the way.
By the way, in Palestine, yes, they are always the oppressor. Jewish people were brought over to the land. Well, actually, there was a small crop of Jewish people who existed within the land who were not, who were indigenous, who had inhabited there for a long time. But the point here is that like their material relation is they were settlers when they came over to Palestine. They were settlers who oppressed the indigenous people and were brought over so Zionism could have a Jewish majority in that land. Should take down the content cop. The Sword Frogan should take down her video because Ben, he admits he got 5 points wrong in his content puke. I mean, also, yeah, the context puke has so many mistakes and he attributed a fake quote to Nasrallah.
Wait, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
let's not worry about that.
Mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards, so let's continue.
All right. Well, look. going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head guy.
It's also really funny that this is just what it devolved into 40 minutes in, you know? Like, 40 minutes in, this is all it devolved into. You look like the guy from Beetlejuice.
Words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only see like
in the waiting room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion in Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
sorry about that one day.
Yeah,
you just got back.
Yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said
what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator.
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
This was also just really, really, really petty. Like, just like, employee, don't have a relationship with Hasan. Don't do anything that he wants.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
I know,
this looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure does, buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
and
you
it's
can
not
also
just because of the video
post as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But
what? Ethan isn't even fucking terrorist adjacent at this point. He's not even terrorist adjacent. Like Ethan admitted his wife is a terrorist, so he just has a terrorist platform. Yeah.
Again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and it could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. And you guys were hitting that same flavor
on anti-Semitism.
Yes.
I also just think that to say that again, you're way louder than the audio. Please turn down. Right, okay, right. We're going to do a little mess with the audio then, because you're all complaining. You're all whining at me. I come on and I give myself up to watch the longest stream in the world again. And now you're just saying, oh, I've got to turn down my audio. How's the audio now? Just let me know, guys. I've messed around with it a bit. Is it crisp and stuff? No, I know, but I worry as well because a lot of people say I shout and I do a bit, but it's just my voice, I think.
In my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because yesterday, 2 days ago, you said I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am because you haven't answered this question.
I've literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of the interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
You never did.
You did. You went back and forth on it.
I have actually went back and checked. I had said that you spread anti-Semitism stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked your line.
Spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabra. You're conceding the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you. My turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't.
For example, is someone using it anti-Semitically?
On this topic, I feel like I should probably just address it. I don't even know what currency have you just donated in. What is that? If we here to debate Hasan over the table and no clip champs, only fact checkers to see who has it right, he would not be able to hold. I mean, in a sense, I agree with you, but even then, as I played at the start, the facts that people don't care about, it's just ones that fit with the narrative that they like, you know? That's what they want to hear. People who watched Ethan wouldn't care if there was a fact checker and said, right, Ethan has got X thing wrong. He has said X thing that is categorically untrue. Because facts don't matter. It's just this overarching feeling, you know? It's like people's feelings are what really matter to most people. But on this ADL topic, Ethan did exactly what the Viet Dongs... Oh, congratulations on your glorious victory over America. Good one there. I know. Well, actually, I suppose it's probably not. There's also a lot of suffering in Vietnam that was sort of required to reach that point. But, you know, I think that there's something to be sort of inspired by that. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, just on this topic of the ADL, I feel like if you're calling pro-Palestinian content creators anti-Semitic and the ADL jumps on that narrative because they know you're a big YouTuber who'll be able to sway a lot of feeling and make one of the ADL's campaigns look legitimate and give a victory to them, who cares if you fucking work with them directly? You worked alongside them in terms of it.
Klein and ADL in unison got.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that's a
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline of that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out.
Harass you.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Did
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And then you imply in your video.
Okay,
Oh, sorry. If you're wondering what I skipped them talking about this guy that I know I'm muted. Oh god, there's going to be a billion messages saying muted. By the way, you know I'm just engaging farming you morons. I trick you. Of course you think I'm so stupid as to turn my mic off and leave it off. No way. I'm really clever and I do it so you all put muted in the chat. But it's about some guy who's like a fan of Sneeko and harassed Ethan like, yeah, it's not good, but you know, it's like it's not Hasan's fucking fault.
He was a fan of mine. Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets
you. Who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why. Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie. He was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F-slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
fan.
Fine,
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
Let me
I
ask
do
you a
care
question.
because
okay,
I also think this was a really interesting strategy of Ethan's of just going, you brought this thing up, and now going, well, I don't care about it. It was really, really awesome.
Care because you have made an inference that is
my
erroneous.
God, dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
Ridiculous.
This clip didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there.
In part, I'm sort of glad that you didn't see my live reaction because the first 2 hours was literally just me laughing, pretty much.
Never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline of that doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean,
yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Did you say you choose your words very carefully?
The ADL
you just told me.
This is exactly the point I would make. Like, you were like, you served the ADL's goals of being like, hey, these people are really anti-Semitic monsters, making a fucking tier list to try and smear a much wider thing on Twitch, where clearly someone like Hasan has a lot of popularity and ascendancy. There is no comparable Zionist content creator on Twitch. There are more on slop tubers like Asmongold and stuff who make like pro-Israel statements and say they want genocide, but there is no one who is articulate and they want to get rid of it. Someone like Hasan, you know?
Yeah, briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously...
Oh, okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You
constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL.
Partnering with the ADL, you want to...
As what Sam Cedar put it the other day, this hopscotch to people being anti-Semitic, you know?
Pack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to
take action.
You know
how silly you
I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action. You are a prominent...
That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof.
You are
and frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
You worked for the ADL. I wouldn't have said you worked with the ADL. I have not spoken to the ADL. I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that you have taken credit for these fans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with your YouTube
working
videos
with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed?
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story, independent of me.
Just like
it wasn't racist. It was not racist.
Cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's Rogan repeating the same line that you heard from you.
numerous instances.
This is what you heard from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant.
Also, like, saying someone who shared the exact same narrative as the ADL, I think you're really pushing there for anti-Semitism, I think, at this point.
That we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way,
and as someone just put it in the chat, yeah, Ethan has a lot of influence over very stupid people. And, well, you know what? Who cares whether they're fucking stupid or not? People are fucking moronic everywhere. But, I mean, like most people, I mean, like, I feel like a moron half the time, but fucking, like, just the case of, like, just being able to appeal to, like, an audience of people who don't know anything about Palestine or anything, and just basically being able to share stuff like this and say, hey, it's hateful and stuff, you do, like, you are working alongside them.
I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you work.
Okay, well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that.
No, I think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL.
I also think, like, yeah, I don't think that that's that precise, you know. Rogan literally just made a tier list based on how pro-Arab someone is. Exactly, you know what? Like, if my Arab friends were like, oh, you can't say Habibi because you're, like, a white Orientalist, I wouldn't give a fuck, you know. I'd know they were fucking joking. Like, I don't think I'd take it, like, deeply to heart and feel, like, offended deep in my soul as, like, a white person, you know. Like, I don't take things like that. People make fucking jokes. Arabs are always making jokes about each other, you know.
Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say, I said you were working to
ownership over it. What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have.
It's just like watching him anytime where he has him like this, you know, anytime where he has him like this, you know, anytime where he has him like this. It's, yeah, you're in F tier. Yeah, like, people might put me in the F tier because of my fucking accent. What, do you think I'm going to be like everyone's bigoted towards British people? I'm not people in Hasan's chat call me fucking three-head. I don't feel offended or because of my, like, English sensibilities, you know? I know people are joking and they're like, the truth is if you're nice to people, people are going to be nice to you, and that's why people are nice to me on the internet generally. Of course, there are people who are fucking horrible to me. Exactly. I don't feel the need. I love the work you do. It's refreshing to see someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about enter the discussion more prominently. I think that this was the thing. I think I just needed to get on YouTube years ago and months ago. Like, I should have just left TikTok behind. TikTok is a platform built for reactionary content where it's just better to be like, I don't know, fucking at the Oscars today, this thing happened, and I engage in it, and I do it, but it's tiring, and I don't want to make the same video over and over again. On here, I can do stuff like fun things, you know, like talk about different stuff, and yeah, I'm going to give you £5. If you give me £5, it'll be greatly appreciated. I could buy pretty much nothing with that, because England is the most expensive country that is just difficult to live in, you know.
Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist.
But also, like, Hasan doesn't share that. Oh my goodness, thank you, members go up. Don't forget that Ethan and Ben Shapiro are objectively loving Sabra. He jumps on everything and anything. Thank you for such a big donation, man. He jumps on everything and anything, and thereby disproving his points. I mean, exactly. And also, by the way, like, I think Ethan's goals are aligned with the ADL. Like, Ethan actually thinks that these people are, like, virulent anti-Semites who are horrible. He literally says this kind of shit about Hasan. But, like, Hasan isn't out there like, yeah, I think Jewish people are working to replace white people in American society. That's what fucking neo-Nazis believe, you know?
No, seriously, are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
The neo-Nazi group of America hates Hasan. The ADL likes Ethan. The ADL doesn't give a fuck if you say that you're a bit pro-Palestine. They like working to actively deplatform people.
You work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations.
And have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi event, you know? The neo-Nazi event is swastika sword. The neo-Nazi Party of America worked hard to plant a plant a swastika sword in Hassan's room. They were the ones selling it at the conference, so they could trick Hassan into buying it. Thank you very much, Red Hydra. Yeah, it's nice. The channel's growing really swiftly, and long may it grow, hopefully. I hope so, at least. I've got some cool videos coming up. So the next definite video is about Douglas Murray and his Nazi apologia and why I hate him so much, because I've made it loads on TikTok, and people like it. And then also the other one after that will be about the British Empire, then the First Intifada, and then probably the Second Intifada. And then I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I've got a few cooked up. But obviously I've been quite back because I have had to watch. Guys, this is you never say that I don't do anything for you. You know, I have watched Douglas Murray's Joe Rogan appearance. I have watched hours upon hours of Douglas Murray the last few days. I know it's a lot. Like, truth be told, I was working in shitty jobs before I started doing TikTok. Like, not I'm privileged as fuck. I can not work if I want to. Like, I'm not like a billionaire or anything. But like, yeah, I'm in a situation where I'm lucky enough to have like parents that I can like live with. Like, truth be told, and the thing is that like. In the case of like when I was on my gap year, I was basically able to do that and make a decision to start making content and not have to work awful jobs. And this is a blessing, you know, and I'm only joking about it.
Hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like, neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be valid in saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond? I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
Listen to my words, please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like, you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers.
You said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person would infer?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think?
I mean, I would probably conclude that you work with them. No, I don't have nepotism law. Like, no, none of my family are like journalists or anything, so no.
A normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
You are
Klein,
literally gaslighting me. It's so obvious.
I'm not like the evil Nepo baby Hassan.
The bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned, I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like I'm fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
I think what's interesting is the first hour was like peak crash out right now.
Unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
yeah,
you think?
I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
A reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? I'm laughing in your face, idiot. I did that shit. I didn't even know what they were. If you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying, which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation
so silly, bro.
when you are saying that you did that shit and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
I was being silly. I don't care.
Not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know who? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well, do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made this point when I first made a video. Zaidi, so people always think of Islam in terms of Sunni and Shia, but you know the term Sunni and Shia didn't really exist in Yemen, or I once read this, who knows if it's actually 100% true, prior to, like, recent years, not recent years, but at some point, because Zaidi is like a different form of Islam. You can look it up. It's closer to Shia Islam, but it's not Shia Islam, basically. I mean, I don't know enough about Yemen, but I love Helen Lackner's work. If any of you, by the way, if any of you want to listen to one of the best pieces on Yemen, I'm going to shout them out because I owe Daniel Denvir a lot. If you don't know The Dig, if you're interested in leftist politics and learning about doing podcasts, this isn't as good as Blowback. Blowback is the #1 podcast I've ever listened to, but this The Dig, awesome. Jacobin Magazine's The Dig is amazing. Also, fucking crazy there are nearly 3k people in here. Unbelievable.
There's a reason they call him token, my friend. You spend time being token, you're gonna get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
Would love to see a video on the Filton 18. You know what? I would love to make one on Palestine Action. That would be a great idea. One of my friends is actually doing a PhD about Gramsci and like Palestine Action in the UK. It sounds really interesting. But yeah, on the topic of so on the Dig. So I just wanted to mention the Dig episode with Helen Lackner on Yemen is amazing, and on Palestine Action, and I once spoke about this. I found this annoying on social media when everyone was like talking about the All Eyes on Rafah. The All Eyes on Rafah was dog shit. It was just AI posting, but like admonishing people for what they post on social media. I'm not sure it's like the best thing to be doing. Like, I share better content than you, because no one in Palestine Action, the people who are actively undermining Israel's military capacity, if you don't know what Palestine Action is, they go and attack weapons factories in the UK. They don't spend their time like attacking people for not joining. But shout out Palestine Action. The Filton 18 are a group of people who were arrested in Bristol for attacking for trying to shut down an Israeli weapons manufacturing thing. They are they are a group that I think are great, you know.
Right. You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that are anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to.
Okay. Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
I'm
not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends?
No,
with
I'm friends. Yes, I am.
Very good.
They've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the receiving end.
Habibi, Chris. Azizam. I prefer Azizam. Man Azizam dost daram.
Conversation. Normal conversation with them than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that, just to recap, just to recap here, so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to the house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Who, Ethan?
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up. But
I know you
that has
don't,
nothing to do with it. I'm not in support of that.
Ethan knows that was clearly Bad Empanada that did that. Everyone knows it was Bad Empanada. He's blamed Denims, Bad Empanada. He's blamed everyone for all of these things, you know? And, like, also, not wanting to dox, like, random Jewish people who you know is completely fucking fine. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I have, like, a Jewish friend. Like, I've spent a considerable amount of time around Jewish people who knew exactly my views on Palestine and we had no problems with. I'm not going to dox their fucking names, you know?
Hasan is acting obtuse in your corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that...
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is quick. It's very quick.
You see the genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on. Okay?
Partnering with like the ADL.
You said, so just to put a cap on this, we'll move on. You said I'm, quote, partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
It's
interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern revolves around...
I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case? No, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Sabra hummus' shit here is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone. No.
I actually think it is. I think Frogan should write a book called If I Did It and talk about how she actually wrote it, but actually did the tier list because she really, really hates the term Sabra to refer to Israelis.
No, obviously not.
Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
because you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I don't think it is about the accused dictating how serious the allegations are. I think that the hard truth of it really is that O.J. Simpson most definitely murdered people, and Frogan made a tier list that was, like, Ethan called it a racial tier list at points. I think it was some people having fucking fun and, like, making a tier list, and I know everyone will talk about all of these differences and all of these things, and they are true, but, like, you know, I think it is just, like, I think it is just insane, and I think that Hasan's point is right, like, talking about how fucking... how that this is just about Ethan feeling bad about something and wanting it to be anti-Semitism, and that this is not serious. Also, I like how many South Americans are donating, or like Latinos, Latinx people donating.
I partnered with ADL.
You have
Remember
in
what
the
you
past
said.
talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked
What do you
about
mean
how
bona
you
fides?
gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like that you claim that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause. You
Correct.
tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to.
Guys, if this live stream hits 10,000 likes, I'll do a Mr. Beast style video where I go and give out copies of Ghassan Kanafani's On Zionist Literature to young people around the UK and tell them to read it. And then I'll do I'll make a video called I Got 1,000 Children in the UK Interested in Ghassan Kanafani or something. So you better like up for that.
As a reason for why you were such a staunch ally, why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
Harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about, now by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that hold the phone, let me finish.
And I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I think perhaps the most effective form of advocacy that you can do is spending, I don't know, a well in excess of a year having a crash out and deciding that someone talking about hummus is deeply, deeply anti-Semitic and is a dog whistle, and spending your time claiming a man who has a sword is somehow aligned with the American neo-Nazi party.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that receive
That's not the case. What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
I've always found the charity thing quite a difficult thing. I will actually talk about this. I have shared some GoFundMes, but so many people send me them. But I have perhaps considered, and I've been thinking I'd do this for a while, maybe doing like a charity stream or something. I could ask some people I know to come on and like talk to me. And try and raise some money for Palestine, because I guess via this medium it would be a good idea to do it this way, because I haven't really thought about a way of doing it, and I guess with like a YouTube streaming platform like this, I think people would probably come and enjoy it, but I don't know, I could like talk to some professors maybe and people that I'm friends with. I don't know, maybe people would like to see that. But yeah, like I don't think money's an ineffective way of like changing the situation in Palestine. I think it's oh my goodness, so many people just said that would be cool in a row. It was quite strange, actually. It's almost like you're all linking up.
In terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people who are fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to make
that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples.
In my understanding of like dog whistles, it's much more like something like posting soap in a Jewish person's comments as like a euphemistic way of calling to the fucking Holocaust and disguising it, because those kind of comments would never be acceptable. It is not having a sword with a manji on it. It is just not. I am sorry. And like, as I say, what politics of Hasan's is he talking about? Because Hasan is not dog whistling that he has Nazi politics that he is secretly hiding. The Nazis were not just anti-Semitic. Yes, anti-Semitism was a core part, but what they and I always think about this as a very interesting topic. I don't think most people could explain why the Nazis actually hated Jewish people, what they actually said. Because what they said was the Jewish people, along with leftists, were and the Jewish people in particular were the worst, according to the Nazis, because they said they would enter into any race and trick them into thinking, oh, you know, we're just like you. And then what they would do is degrade that society. And that's like actually what the Nazis believed and why they had to exterminate them. And like, you are just sitting here and acting as if there is a comparison between that and people speaking negatively about the state of Israel, you know?
Of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because, Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on...
Of course, the Nazis did things to Slavic people, Jewish people. These were all races within Europe. Like, the Nazis' hatred of Slavic people dates back, like, literally generations. Like, I think it's a concept called the Drang nach Osten, the drive towards the east. The Nazis believed that the Slavs were subhumans, that they had a right to go into their land and take it away from them. They exterminated races that they believed that were subhumans, that everyone hated in those societies. Notice how a lot of people are starting to say more and more crazy shit about Muslims. I mean, Douglas Murray is welcomed on podcasts. Douglas Murray said that life needs to get harder for Muslims in Europe, that he would tear down the mosques, that they are a replacement, that Humza Yousaf, the Scottish First Minister, is an infiltrator who is he was born in Scotland. And it's kind of like this thing of like, you are comparing people who are criticizing the state of Israel to people who held an exterminationist interpretation of identity politics that blamed Jewish people for the degradation of Western society. That is not at all what the pro-Palestinian movement does. What the pro-Palestinian movement does is say, Jewish people went to Palestine as settlers, exterminated the indigenous people there, and have since this point moved further and further towards this project of removing all of them. Like, that's it. It's not because they're Jewish, it's because they're Zionist settlers who went to Palestine, you know?
Your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go,
you literally think that people criticizing you are not liking you is anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know. I definitely don't like you.
After doing
let me stand on business and say, I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not...
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that
I don't
you got?
need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So, do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? The guy that I talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse...
I don't think you could say categorize the Nazis as like Zionists. I mean, I'm no expert in Nazi-Zionist relationships. I do know about the Havara Agreement, and there were disagreements amongst the Zionist project about whether that should ever be done. But like, I mean, for certain anti-Semites, yeah, they did like the Zionist project. I'm not speaking specifically about the Nazis here. People like the Zionist project as a means to remove Jewish people from Europe. What you have to remember is all the shit they say about Muslims now. The Jewish people will, they used to say Jewish people will not integrate. They are different to Westerners. They are there's like this book by... Oh God, I can't remember it, but it's by like a British politician, and he refers to like Jewish people as aliens who won't integrate. And Abdul Razak Takriti spoke to me about this, who's a Palestinian historian, and he was like, they didn't like them in the UK because they dressed differently, had different sexual practices, had different head coverings. Their women looked different, and you kind of sit here and you're like, I think even you don't need to go to like just the Nazis. Like, I think that the actual point here is that the racist identity politics espoused by the right are very, very similar to those of the Nazis and also the Zionist project of blaming an other for the degradation of society. Israel literally spends their time blaming Palestinians for everything wrong with a society that has never offered the Palestinians anything, that has spent its time exterminating the Palestinians. That is a very, very dangerous society.
Excuse me, of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not only is
very
there video
welcome.
footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called hummus when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
Relevant. What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hizbullah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hizbullah, their mass harassment operations they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to, worked with, talked about
Destiny
Destiny in my life.
Bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are. You pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating. You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say
Hassan,
that.
are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you?
I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It is just ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. Like, I mean, like, truth be told, he associated with Lonerbox, who is like a fucking, Destiny adjacent content creator who seems to be, most of his career is just based on being fucking Destiny's friend.
You claiming that you don't have direct correspondence? This is what you do whenever you're trying to avoid
And also, by the way, like, do you honestly think, like, we're watching Ethan, and I don't care. Like, I mean, Ethan, actually, I do care. Ethan really just seems horrendous through this. He just seems, like, not good at all.
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan?
Hassan?
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman.
Like, this is way more of a gotcha than anything Ethan had to say.
But also, I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's...
I've not read any Michael Parenti. I'm only familiar with his videos, and thank you for your support, man. That's greatly appreciated, Noah. But I've not read any Parenti, no.
It's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's really a good person to align with? That you
I'm not endorsing him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information from
him. Have you ever spoken
to
to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
That is, yes.
Well, there you go. Oh my God, dude.
I'm speaking to one right now.
You talk to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign.
I would say, if you're this close to the Destiny community and your, like, favourite Twitter account is that Yeet one that seems to be... They call me a British twink, by the way. I would say that I'm definitely not a twink if I were to be a gay man. I would not classify myself as a twink. And I think also my friend said to me that it's just someone who's using it as a euphemism for using the F slur. And I think that maybe they have a point there. But, like, yeah, I think if you're just very close proximity to these people,
to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
None of these points are worth addressing, and he did bring up Destiny again. Like, this is why it's so ridiculous.
And also...
because you lied about me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
A year and a half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much...
What have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
Here's my favorite list. I am proud of what my wife did in the IOF. Hamas uses hospitals. This isn't even up for debate. The entire Gaza Health Ministry is Hamas. The Israel, what was the other famous one? Bringing Lonerbox onto your stream. I mean, there is so much, like, to just pull up, Like, there is a lot that Ethan has said and done. And I mean, this is all coupled with spending your time, like, trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian content creators and cultivating a community that spends its time, like, trying to attack and ruin people. Also producing the content nuke. Like, the content nuke in of itself is, like, something which Ethan claims, like, took most of his life up somehow. And this fucking thing, this fucking content nuke, was literally just gibberish with the explicit goal of deplatforming the biggest pro-Palestinian content creator on Twitch, you know? Yeah, Hamas command centers under hospitals, all of the Islamophobic bullshit. Like, literally in one of my videos, I know... Oh, yeah, I forgot the Yoav Gallant take. And the Yoav Gallant take is so funny because... Also, what the fuck is gish galloping? I've never heard it before. Shows you how uneducated. Yeah, his wife saying, oh, I'm defending war I'm not, I don't think that there are war crimes there. Hi, Chris, this debate was so sad to watch. Well, he wouldn't let Hasan... I mean, he wouldn't let Hasan get in it, but that was the whole point, you know?
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on and what you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique. A little frivolous. But does that just...
Yeah, 1/4 of the way through the 1/4 of the way through. I'll probably stream till latest 10 p.m. if we're not close to the end, but it remains to be seen, because I've still not had dinner, but I need a drink. Gish galloping is what Lonerbox did to you. I mean, what Lonerbox did during our debate was literally just sit there and go, hang on, let's talk about the crater, man! Let's talk about the wee crater! Oh, there was a wee crater there! And it's like, Lonerbox, how about you discuss why you don't think Israel isn't a colony because of an essay that you have not read?
Justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hasan. I don't know why you referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly.
You're going to have to, if I have to stay until whenever, you're going to have to watch me eat a protein yogurt. And I'm definitely going to have to go and get another drink in a second because I am thirsty right now. This part, and yeah, I was about to talk about this before I sort of started talking about something lighter. This part is very, very gross because it's a whole part dedicated to, I mean, we can actually just stop it where Hasan does it. But Hasan says very early on, Amit Susana says that she was sexually assaulted by a person holding a captive Hamas. I believe that she also actually said, whilst in captivity, I believe that she also says that they told the Hamas commander who said it was to stop. But yeah.
You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
so why don't you say that? Okay. Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not, she has no, she's just like, oh.
Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
because, Hasan,
the full
that was one
until Hila stopped you and said,
very good,
no.
You said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
The totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat.
To be honest with you, I was going to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika.
It's really funny that there is like a whole industry of people being like, yeah, Ethan did really well here. Like this is already 2 hours of Ethan just coming across horribly, utterly horribly.
The accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby
You are a
gloves.
prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F or.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, you know, extend the
Well,
lens of criticism
I
to
mean,
other
that's a little
people.
silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
Hila, the evil IDF lady. I mean...
Okay.
Violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy.
I mean, also, just on this topic, Hasan literally was like, yeah, this would never change the dynamic. It would not change the dynamic. There is no... You know what? Like, you could say, yeah, it's quite possible that sexual assault took place on October the 7th, that some people engaged in it. It wasn't just Hamas there. Maybe some Hamas members did do that. But... if it happened en masse, Israel would have so much evidence. There are literally people... oh, fuck. Vatch. I'll see if I can find it. Here it is. So there's this whole family of, like, really, really genocidal maniacs who... This guy, Yehuda Vatch, is... I think it is... So Yehuda is the one who is responsible for, like, a lot of exterminationist crimes in Gaza. But like this guy on October the 7th was like one of the people saying like all of these things about like how all of these things happened on October the 7th. On October 7th, he ordered tank fire, even at the cost of civilian casualties. At the home of Be'eri, Pessi Cohen, where Palestinian fighters held 13 others captives, the tank shelling instantly killed at least 9 of the captives. 7 of them, including elderly 12-year-old twins, were torched to death. And like there are a lot of people who specifically lied about the context of what happened on October the 7th to justify genocide. It is a very classic thing. And I mean, Israel is the one that won't allow investigations. They have It's like the thing with hospitals. Israel has so much CCT evidence. Israel has the best surveillance equipment in the world. Cameras all over this space. And yet none of them saw what happened? I don't know. Like, implausible... mass rape. Systemic mass rape used by Hamas as a weapon of war did not happen. Systemic sexual torture by the IOF did happen. There is a report, torture. There is literally a fucking Wikipedia article with sources from 2 articles. With sources from 2 articles that you can pull up here. 78% of 40 detainees in 1985 said they had been sexually molested, and 67% stated they had been humiliated on religious grounds. Former inmates of the secret detention centre, whose existence is not even officially acknowledged, claim sexual harassment, even rape, forms part of the interrogation techniques. The first important study was connected by the Palestinian NGO Al-Haq in 1986. You have decades of sexual abuse of Palestinians, and these motherfuckers are like, yes, Palestinians, they're the evil rape monsters. Like, they literally did it. By the way, rape has long been a means to inflame the far right in Israel. So, yeah, there's the UN report, More Than a Human Can Bear, and you can read it. There's like there's the crime of like against reproductive rights, and like all of the sexual violence inflicted on Palestinians is obscene. And like, you know, yet we sit here and we have to listen to just October the 7th because actually, you know what? Let me pull it up. I'll pull this up. It's from Segev's book. So this is about Mayor Kahana. Kahana frequently warned that Arabs crave to give vent to their Jew hatred by raping women and children. A series of murders and rapes that enraged the country at the time, some of them perpetrated by terrorists, some by common criminals, and some of which remained unsolved, fed his propaganda machine. This is literally talking about 1980s on page 406 by... about Mayor Kahana by Tom Segev. This is him talking about how rape has long been a means used by the far right. And like, look, rape is a god-awful thing. It is used as a weapon of war, but it is also clearly used by Israel as a means of torture. Sexual abuse is used in this way. And you know, and yet people like bring this up to show the barbarity, the depravity of Hamas, and why as an organization it must be destroyed, and why they as human beings are unbelievable savages. That's The 7th Million by Tom Segev. I'll show you it. It's here. It's on page 406. It's talking about Meir Kahane, about fake stories that he used to inflame Israeli society as a means to justify. This was a guy who spoke about exterminating Palestinians, you know?
Buddy, you grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pail.
I know Hasan reacts to this, but I love this.
There is one instance
did you put
in
a Hamas
captivity.
on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance.
Look, they found common ground.
In captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on.
Because, by the way, this is like a common right-wing thing. Hitler constantly spoke about how there were Jewish boys who would trick German girls and then attack them. In the Deep South, there's a really brilliant quote, which I'm going to have to find now. Fanon and Frazier. I am about to display. I mean, I'm not gonna read it out, but there is something here. There's obviously some rather sensitive language because it comes from Fanon. Okay, right. I'll read this out because this is from rereading Fanon, Franz Fanon and E. Franklin Frazier on the erotic politics of racist assimilation by class by Gregory A. Thomas, written in 1999. That this white power pathology is acutely sexual becomes most explicit as Frazier probes the unacceptable wishes or frustrated desires which climax in the systematic terror of the lynch law, the exact same phenomenon treated by the early Fanon. Are they not forever saying in the southern United States that black men are just waiting for the chance to jump on white women, projecting his own desires on the black man? The white man behaves as if the black man really had them. I'm just bringing this up because this has literally been a classic tactic of colonialism. This has always been a classic tactic of colonialism. They project these desires. Lynching would always culminate or generally, I don't know if it always did, but a massive amount of lynching would culminate with penises being removed from bodies. It's a grotesque thing, and very often it would be provoked by, look what this, Emmett Till is the key example. The reason that they did these things to people was because they always portrayed the other as a savage who enjoyed at the expense of the other, basically. The savage other who enjoyed at the expense of white society. The other would act in a way that was not acceptable, like how white people would act. They would behave in this way that transgressed the sexual boundaries that a good white man would respect. They would come and they would take the women. This is literally playing on colonial tactics. And so look, the key point here is like, yes, and Hasan put it perfectly, even if it happened, it does not change the dynamic at all. It does not change the dynamic, you know?
Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I just don't know why you come into a stream and would ever think that commenting something like that is appropriate.
Over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
You're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You sure are.
Bro, what rape?
I mean, also, like, highlighting Kamala Harris spreading this is just, it's just ridiculous. But this is, by the way, they always want you to believe that Palestinians are worse than the Nazis, that they are even like the Nazis, like, even though they are literally an oppressed people, you know?
Rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of sexual
exactly,
violence.
I'm not exactly doing.
They also go, oh, it's kosher for leftist values. Like, what do you fucking mean? Like, criticizing the concept of war and people using violence. Yeah, that is a leftist value. But, like, you know, they just use this to be like, oh, you're not real leftists and you're just mean to us. It's exceptional. It's not the case at all.
A lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Okay, so you have no problem weaponizing mental health?
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan. Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy
I got the point. You're saying that, like, you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is...
girls, women, and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
It doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part.
Yeah, like, putting that in, it's not a gotcha. It's just not a gotcha. Like, you're right, it is really, really disgusting. It is really, really, really disgusting.
This problem that many people can't contend with, like...
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so...
I mean, it's pretty...
Now, on this topic of believe all women, I think that it is not the same as, like, being like, hey, probably women don't... If all women were claiming, hey, you know what, I'm being attacked by this racial other who are already denigrated and already portrayed as monsters within society, then one might question it, especially in the context that I literally just fucking brought up. The case of Fanon, Frazia. These were black men themselves, you know?
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
one that you misrepresent?
I did not misrepresent the UN preliminary report.
Conclusion?
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report...
Like, generally, the truth is people believe women because there is just nothing to gain from accusing men of sexual assault in the vast majority of scenarios. Yes, there are a tiny amount where people lie, but in the vast majority of scenarios, like, look at the woman who accused Thomas Partey of the Arsenal football player. I don't know if anyone knows this. I don't know if people give a fuck about football. But anyway, Thomas Partey was accused of being a rapist and seemingly even arrested for it. He's always put as, like, unnamed Premier League footballer. The woman who did it, there have now been multiple accounts founded on Twitter which literally just like, I love Thomas Partey so much. She lost like hundreds of thousands of pounds that she'd got from an NDA and she got nothing in return. And like, there's just a key difference between that and the state of Israel and the fucking American presidents and the vice president who support a genocide coming out and saying that, and very shaky evidence, and especially categorically no evidence for mass systemic use of rape, you know?
Report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Israeli government lies?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel. You said
people, this is what Lonerbox did in my debate. I don't know. I mean, the American government has a sordid history of fucking lying about what the fuck it's doing. But in terms of what this fucking, in terms of the amount that Israel just lies about very heinous crimes, you know, after the Sabra and Shatila massacre, Menachem Begin, they knew it happened, the Israeli senior higher ups and stuff, and the Israeli military was directly complicit in Sabra and Shatila. I talk about this. After it happened, Menachem Begin, the Israeli prime minister, who would later leave his job because of the fact that he was involved in it, he said, Goyim kill other Goyim and then blame the Jews. Israel lies on a different level, that's all I'm saying. Well, not on a different level, but just with a different frequency.
There's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Look, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not systematized mass rape directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. Wait, you just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about, finally, some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakat branded body bags. This was reported by...
I don't even think there's worth a point of me bringing up evidence. There is literally so much about the behaviour of Zakar. In fact, also, by the way, there is something that Hasan didn't mention. I'm not expecting him to. And by the way, Ethan was like, so this guy, there was like this whole thing in Israel that they decided to get rid of. His name is Rami Davidian, and he just made up loads of stories about October the 7th. Like, here's this Raviv Drucker guy who works for Channel 13 News, and they didn't end up doing it. But yeah, he was a key witness in the Screams Without Silence fucking documentary. Today in the afternoon, called in and said that he decided not to broadcast the segment that was scheduled to be broadcasted. This was the first time he spoke on the topic, blah, 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 blah. Made up from the beginning. These are not slight exaggerations, mildly inflating the number of those rescued. Absolutely not. These are stories made up from the beginning to end. Hair-raising stories that never occurred. Like, I'm sorry, but there is clearly lying around October the 7th, and anyone who is just being like, otherwise like, oh my god, you're evil for saying that, is just doing it with the specific goal of just trying to minimize it.
The Haaretz as well, they polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like, you say you're a leftist, yet you are mean to horrible people. I don't think you're a real leftist. I say, as I definitely don't use a victim of sexual assault as a gotcha. I mean, exactly. That's it. That is all this boils down to, a gotcha of Hasan. It's not about, like, countering of actually, well, people are saying that these mass systemic rapes were used by Israel as a means to justify exterminating human beings that hark back to a specific area, well, the continued existence of coloniality, which is always about establishing others as barbarous savages worthy of death. Like, it's just a fact.
Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull
What's
it up
the
right now.
Haaretz article that accuses victims of sex?
And by the way, all of this shit, Israel doesn't even have free press in like, Israel. It doesn't. This is a fact that I don't think many people know. Right. Israel is ranked on one of these things, and I'm no expert on RSF's Freedom Index, but generally it's not like fucking Freedom House, which just gives random ratings to countries based on how fucking close they are with the US. But just look at this. Israel is ranked 112th in the world out of 180 countries because, and it'll give the reasons. Is under military censorship, reporting on various security issues requires prior approval by the authorities. Parliament passed an amendment to the anti-terrorism law that punishes those who systemically, continuously consume terrorist publications who are broadcast to commit an act of terror. Its broad interpretation is intended to ban media outlets deemed unfavourable. Sorry, my PC is going fucking crazy right now. Qatar is 79. Qatar is 79 on this list. Wait, what did you say? The Times of Israel did articles about... I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Like, this is just stuff that is so openly out there. To not know about it and to be claimed to be, like, even pro-Palestine is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it sounds like a plane is taking off in my fucking room.
Sexual assault of lying about it. Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for
not
that...
victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims of sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness...
Do people want me to watch this part, or would people like me to go through? Because it's not good. This is really... I can see why this would be upsetting. Ethan behaves horrifically here.
This testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is the one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a
And just to say about this part, this is such a, like, fucking loner box thing to do, to just be like, yeah, you know, I've got this point here. I've got this point here that's, like, slightly different. So you need to realize that your entire point is wrong. And now it's okay to support whatever atrocious thing I like. And it's just fucking not, is it? But I think a lot of people are saying skip because... you know, I think, I mean, should I put up a poll or something? Engage with your audience, start poll. I'll just interact with the chat. hard. I think I think genuinely I do agree with you. Please dupe your cam 2 to 3 times. You can vote. Please go through it. I mean, I understand why people might want me to go through it, but I think at the same time, it's just I understand why people are not happy with it. You know what? I'm going to use this poll as a second to... I know it's definitely my stream, but I think that also this is something that is well beyond me, in that I am not a victim of sexual assault, and this stuff is, you know, I think that, yeah. I'm going to use this opportunity for like a bathroom break and to go and get some water, so I'll be back very, very shortly. I'll just turn off my camera, actually, whilst I'm gone. Right, I think that people have spoken here. I think it probably makes... Oh, shit, sorry. It probably makes more sense to skip this at this point. I just think... Right, I'm back, sorry, I'm here. I think it just makes more sense because ultimately, guys, I think that, look, this isn't me wanting to ignore... Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so stupid. This isn't me wanting to ignore part of it or because it's really going to, like, cause issues for me. But I think... I think that ultimately it's kind of like this thing of lots of people have debunked this. Like lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of people have debunked what he's going to say here. And I think that it's just really handled very horribly. I don't think Hasan does anything wrong. I just think that the way Ethan behaves is particularly disgusting. I just think it's literally just like a game of like, you said this when Hasan... Like the whole segment, right, when I was watching it, it is based around Ethan pulling up Amit Susana, a woman who has spoken about how she was sexually assaulted and in captivity, right? And Ethan literally just uses it as a gotcha when I think already at this point, Hasan has literally said... Well, yeah, that, you know, this is, I condemn that, I know that happened. And then it's Ethan pulling up a couple of Times of Israel articles and Hasan saying, well, actually, these don't even really correlate with what is actually being said by the Israeli Southern District Prosecutor. And so I think that ultimately it's just kind of what is the point in watching Ethan just do this? And he also says, like, there's also, I mean, you can see it here. Ethan's like, oh, I won't use screams without silence, and then proceeds to use it.
Personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are
moron, what do you
first-hand
mean?
testimony in this regard.
They killed all responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
A verifiable evidence.
Yeah, and I think that, truth be told, like everything, if you want to watch it, Hasan pulls all this stuff up. Hasan pulls up like very good evidence. Skip to 1 hour 39. It seems to be longer than 1 hour 39. I've got to be honest with you.
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes.
Like, it's just a gotcha game. And
I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is.
I like this bit. I like
Go
this
ahead,
bit.
you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess it's just a little delay for him?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication...
And also, actually, I just want to say previously on that, I don't think there's not an appropriate way to handle what they're talking about. I think because it does matter. Sorry, I want my fan back on. I think it does matter what happened, of course, and like discussing it and saying, "Hey, Israel lied here." But I think that just it's not really why Ethan brought it up, is it? It's just ridiculous.
Backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
And
implication
there's a
to
train
me
that
is what?
most likely inferred to be sending Jews into the
This is the clip you're
concentration
responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper. Explain that. It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody
As I've said, Israel proper is also a fucking grotesque space where Palestinians do not live the same life that Ethan does, you know? Like, it's ridiculous to go, well, I worked alongside them. I don't care. Ethan brought up the Zaka documentary when that girl and her mum told the complete... I mean, there are so many examples of this just completely falling apart. And by the way, this is just like what Hasan says here. Like, Ethan is upset over being, like, highlighted for what he's doing.
We can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just...
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it, but...
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume... I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video, so... I mean, it's not that bad.
I think, if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that, for sure. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to...
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
It's probably the...
I've also just mentioned, this is fake and a really... Like, you can see how much of just Ethan this is all about likes and clicks and stuff when he's like, the like ratio shows that my video's better. I wonder what the actual like ratio of the content nuke is, because I can't imagine that it's that good. Because I think I know I disliked it, and I know that at least all the people who I know who've seen it didn't like it, so who cares? Thank you, Safety. Thank you very much. Thank you, honestly.
The reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos to be false.
It's so funny, like how many weird internet content creators I've learned about recently. Nicholas fucking Oreo, like who?
Okay.
The dislike method is not correct. Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video.
And also, actually, you know what's kind of funny? Like, Ethan would never admit this, but it's really interesting that, like, me and people like Noah and all of the people who've made videos around fucking, like, Ethan, like, well, not all of them, but the vast majority of them are not just slot tubers, like, going on and on about, like, how Ethan is, you know, like, bad, and I don't just, like, people care about this as a means to talk about fucking Palestine. Like, Noah made a video about, like, manufacturing consent, a video by, like, a book by Noam Chomsky that people may not know, you know? It's a great idea, like, use these people to talk about this crap. Whereas it's like, people like fucking Asmongold defending Ethan, who are just like, I hate Hasan.
Oh, dude, come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
I want to do a show. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the
I think Hasan makes this point. Congratulations for ruining a charity event. Be responsible for themselves and their own triggers. Ample trigger warning was given. So does he have a show called that? You know? Like, yeah, I mean, also, like, sorry, this point, Ethan's just, like, proud of destroying a charity show. Okay.
Time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan, I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the video,
clip.
guys. How I see Israel. You were in the video. When you listen to Hasan, you hear all
Yes,
these
you
fucking-
ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on his
about
podcast.
Israel proper.
But I wanna do a show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say...
I think that the greatest gem of this entire fucking stream is not like his general behaviour. It is when Ethan refers to Israel as an inspiring example of coexistence. That is my favourite clip that I've ever seen.
In this clip, that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years lived.
You know, guys, I've actually switched up on South Africa recently. They did most of the bad shit in the Bantustans. South Africa proper, there was a black bus driver. That's what you fucking don't understand.
Living in Israel, my lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line.
It's really funny how Ethan's also just become really, really woke, talking about fucking microaggressions and lived experience.
Fine. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase. Guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan. Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip. But go on. And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Yeah, I think that society is starving 2 million people. Maybe, you know, not the best societies to say are like really nice and good. Maybe, I don't know.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We never
did you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never like
I think that's
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, I said, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit.
It's not available on the audio, is it?
It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking, you know. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay,
yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain that.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel
the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going...
I actually deleted this from my original video I made about Ethan when Hasan commented something like this was my final straw about me talking about this. And one of the things I said is, also... every single fucking coffee shop waiter, waitress, fucking taxi driver, people who serve you, people you meet, I'd say a pretty high percentage of them have either served in the IOF, might have literally been doing genocide in Gaza, might be, and I think that actually the vast majority of them will undeniably support the genocide and starving people there and expelling millions of Palestinians because they just view Gaza as a problem, even the liberals and stuff. And so I always find this interesting because it's kind of like saying, hey, I'm going to this society, and it's just like, oh, sorry, I thought someone said no audio on my stream, and I was like, if I have muted myself, that is it, I'm going to start crying. But yeah, I think that it's just like, you are talking about a society that has just long dehumanized Palestinians and just saying that that's okay, you know?
To, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well,
I mean,
Jonathan Glazer,
Israel,
who
you mean
made
in Tel Aviv? So
Jonathan
you're
Glazer,
saying
who
that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on,
He
you're,
said as much in his
you're
Oscar
saying
award.
all I said was
winning
my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also is an
I make a
apartheid
distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I
Israel
lived there
proper
for 5
from
years
the
in Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv?
Yeah, shout out Riverwand. Go check out Riverwand's content if you're not familiar with him. But honestly, I feel exactly the same. My head hurt the entire time I was watching this, you know.
I don't know how many miles away it is from exactly
It's a
where you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close
No,
enough
so
that you can
you're-
see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it. They call it
The
the night
point you're
cinema.
making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life.
No,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually
Ethan was also proud of his wife serving in the IOF, and I know he says like Israel's become more jaded and changed, but as I can bring up, in fact I will bring it up, on Gaza Beach. Alright, shut up it. If you want to read something, I don't think it's free access. I don't know if I can link it. I probably can't link you this for free, but you can easily remove the paywall if you want to, or you can pay. You should pay, guys. Definitely pay. This is just an article about like torture during the first Intifada. You know, it's just like it's just ridiculous. You know, like you are just fine with your wife and you celebrate her and you act as if you're not like the Nazi officer. I'm sorry, like, you are. You may not be as complicit in it, but you have no problem looking at the genocide and just being like, yeah, it's fine.
interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel...
So what? Why did you call it a brilliant example of coexistence?
...was doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, oh, you understand, I'm German, I am going to Poland, I'm going to go to Warsaw, I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like. This is German territory.
Okay, thank you. I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the...
Like, literally, this man, the VOD will stay up, but this man has spent all his time, like, talking about microaggressions and stuff. Like, what do you call it when you're held at a checkpoint every single day because of your ethnicity? What do you call it when, you know, you're not allowed to move freely because you're the wrong ethnicity? What do you call it when you get expelled from your family home because you're the wrong ethnicity? What do you call it when you're not allowed to leave a tiny overpopulated space to move around to your ancestors' land because you're the wrong ethnicity? Like, what's that? Is that a fucking microaggression? Israel's entire existence is a macroaggression.
The totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezavot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have...
Tony Soprano lover. He clearly didn't have a single Palestinian friend, which is why he resorted to saying I took the bus with them. Yeah, it's like, I think I had a really good dunk in my second video when I was kind of, and I've never really actually mentioned it before. I'm sure someone else has. But it's like this thing about Israel's nation state law. They're like, they have Arabs in the Knesset. They have the Arabs. That's actually what Hila fucking brought up. But like, here's I think Ayman Odeh is a Palestinian, a 48 Palestinian, right? Yeah, he's a 48 Palestinian. Read what he had said. Ayman Odeh, the leader of the coalition. Israel has passed a law of Jewish supremacy and has told us that we will always be second-class citizens. Yeah, I'm sure that having Arab politicians is really indicative of like a beautiful multicultural society.
Refuse service, refuse nicks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
He doesn't agree with you. He literally, and this is again my point. Ethan made the debate impossible by just going, well, I agree with you, and so everything is actually... And he did this for the specific reason of saying, like, actually everything is anti-Semitic, but yet you agreed with all of this criticism. Because these are... Sorry. You disagree with all of this criticism. Your whole community says that we make slop videos about you, that Hasan hates you because you're Jewish, and that all of these people target you because they are secretly Nazis... And yet you agree with the things that people are upset with you about?
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé.
Right, and also, I was hoping that he would mention my name just for the sake of it, but that is definitely a Chris Kunzler coded thing, because no way this motherfucker knows Exeter University without me saying I was taught by Ilan Pappé, because no one knows Exeter University.
His writings are what guide me. Of course I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
Thank you, members go up. Someone said you're a fallen fan of his, like a former fan. I mean, it's sad as well, because Leftovers did convince me that Ethan had changed and that he wasn't actually holding these problematic views, and that, his opinions on Israel weren't that, horrendous. But they are horrendous, utterly atrocious. As for legal termination, people that speak Arab languages... I don't think it was coined by the Nazis, but yes. Yes. And I mean, I don't know this, but lots of people have said this. He hated his time in Israel. He's talked about how miserable he was multiple times. Funny how he only talks positively when he's running defense for apartheid. I mean, yeah, like it is funny that now all of a sudden it's a magical place of coexistence.
And no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe...
Ilan's also a really funny guy, because, like, Ilan, again, on this topic of Jewish people making huge sacrifices, Ilan has spoken about this. He has siblings. He'll talk about this publicly. Ilan has siblings that he doesn't talk to because of his views on Palestine. Like, Ilan literally has so much, like, has had difficulties throughout his life because of his views. He couldn't work in Israel and many of these things. And it's just like, it's just unbelievable that this is where we're at now, of like Ethan calling these, and by the way, Ethan did refer to Palestinians as akin to, Jewish people who collaborate with Palestine, to people who collaborate with the pro-Palestinian movement as Jewish people who worked with the Nazis.
Believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil. Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that
I see that it's distasteful.
It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it.
He watched the clip back in the iDubbbz video, and he said that he basically said that it was a different place. He only is now saying this because Hasan is in front of him, and he doesn't want to look like the clown he is.
So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that
we agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
To you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is because
And he says Hasan won't confront any of the criticism, when this is literally all the shit Hasan has been criticised for 16 months. Ethan didn't do anything new in the content nuke, whereas Ethan has chosen to ignore every critical video of him. And by the way, sorry, I'm going to take my Zin out because it was driving me crazy. And by the way, Ethan chose to react to like random like on YouTube. Okay, I have a small platform. Fair enough. You don't have to react to me. He might say it would give someone attention who's a bad person. On TikTok, Ethan went after loads and loads of small creators, people who had videos that had way less likes criticizing him. For some reason, he ignored all of mine. I wonder why that was.
Not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said
output.
that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled this subject matter...
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just...
that I am worthy of the scorn of you,
just
the entire
how wrong
left.
that was, what you just said. So that's one, that's one
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
so what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip? What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist? You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
He just did. He just did. And again... Ethan doubled down on it. And also, no, I don't have Zins. I have something called Velos. And the reason I am not a Zoomer Zinner, I am a recent quitter of smoking. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just... like, just looking at this of a man who's just refused to confront any criticism, you know?
You have something?
I have many things. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something I'm Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation.
Example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many.
No! The mute trick. No. Oh no. I'll bring it back. In my debate with Lonerbox, you can watch it. I don't think it went particularly well for me, but I don't think Lonerbox came off well. He had to remove me from it and spend his time focusing on minute things, right? And then he spent his time mocking me the way I went and stuff like that. And it's just like, do you think that you're coming off well? You know? Like... And Ethan I was reading the donation out that said Ethan's so brave calling Hasan all these derogatory names from behind a screen trying to provoke him. You're completely correct. Is my mic fucked? It's not. Yeah.
Many things.
As recently
as last month.
List one example of me saying something I'm Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently.
Sorry, I want to put this in one times because I want to hear what Ethan actually says because it's so quick.
As last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
I don't defend that.
You did defend it! You defended this! Oh, it's just like, Ethan, perhaps if you'd confronted the criticism instead of cultivating a community and also a group around you who lick your ass and tell you that you're doing well, that you're the subject of this harassment campaign. Like, look, the bad things happening to you, CPS, and I know people say, well, we don't know whether it happened. Look, let's just say it did. You know, I haven't seen any definitive evidence which proves otherwise. Look, these things are bad, But Ethan, maybe if you had confronted the things that people are saying about you, about the way you have conducted yourself and behaved on the internet, you would, you would not feel this way. And also, by the way, there's one other that I have just forgotten because I started talking, and I'm fucking terrible for this because I love the sound of my own voice. But, but Ethan said that the protests in Gaza were the best way to end what Israel is doing and getting rid of Hamas and releasing the hostages. That's not Hamas, as Sam Cedar pointed out, that Hamas were willing to do that. He literally said that. He said that Hamas were willing to, and there's so much evidence of that. Even Yoav Gallant, Healer's favourite politician, said exactly that. He said that Netanyahu torpedoed the deal. And also, by the way, Israel, I made a TikTok about this. Israel was caught recently faking evidence, Yoav Gallant pointed this out, to stay in the Netzarim corridor. My video's popped off about Ethan and the debate. Here it is. So today, a pretty major scandal involving the Israeli military faking pictures for political gain, bro. So Israel faked this picture here, basically, of this of this car. What they did was they covered a sewer runway in rubble, and they did this so they could make up that there were mass smuggling tunnels coming over from Egypt. And they did this so they could justify staying in the Philadelphia corridor. And it's just like, oh my God, like Ethan didn't know that. He's in a world in which it is just much better to like pretend that Israel has not done these things. And he said that they were fucking provoking them. Israel doesn't need provoking. I don't know anything about Kufi. I don't know what Kufi is, actually. I liked it when he kept saying Kufi.
In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now
and sorry, I just want to talk again. On the subject of protests, and also thank you, Palestine Panican, for the donation. On the subject of protests, Ethan brought these up and said, like, look, this is the way to end this. No, it is not. Israel says openly it wishes to expel the Palestinians. The only way to end Israel's genocide is military intervention against Israel, complete and utter sanctions against them, or, threat of military intervention, of saying, like, hey, if you don't do this, we're going to have to strike you because you are perpetrating the most heinous crimes we have ever seen. A mass starvation campaign. Babies are fucking dying of starvation, And it's just like, you are talking about these protests. There is, of course, discontent with Hamas in Gaza. It is something that it predates October the 7th, predates now. People are so welcome to oppose Hamas. People have different perspectives on what Palestine should look like, how liberationary movements should use tactics. And so Kufi is evangelical Christians who support the state of Israel because of their eschatological end-time beliefs. So basically it's just people who believe that by Jewish people returning to the land of historic Palestine, that it will bring about the return of the Antichrist, in my understanding, and then eventually Christ will return and destroy the Antichrist. So these are people who are fucking anti-Semites who just were also like it. I mean, I may hate Lonerbox, but please don't dox him. I'll just block that. But I don't want to watch this debate, so I'm hoping to catch you another time. Okay, Datk, I will do other stuff. I will do other stuff. I'm going to start to do it.
That Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation,
he called it a war over and over again. It's all he does. I'm pretty careful with using the term conflict. Like, I don't use it because it's not a conflict. It is a plan of extermination. It is a plan of extermination.
With Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist? How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you talking about?
Safer than the 7th floor apartment building.
For Israel.
Also, by the way, if you were in like an underground level bunker, because by the way, the tunnels took years to build, how deep people would have to go in those things to be safe from like bunker buster bombs, which would be causing fucking earthquakes. Like, honestly, what are you even talking about? Like, it is utterly obscene. And Israel, by the way, bombs tents. Like, Israel is bombing tents. Who cares if there were... It wouldn't matter if there were fucking bomb shelters because Israel bombs tents with people in them and burns children alive. Like, my God. I'm so sick to fucking death of people like this, and I'm sick to death of all of them. All of them who sit there and they give you a little fact that's like, well, actually, Israel didn't do exactly that, and these people, they're crazy and they lie to you. I'm the good person on the pro-Palestinian side. Fuck off, genuinely. I don't care how much people exaggerate, unless it's obviously spreading wanton misinformation. I don't care what people are saying about Israel, because the truth is it is an entity perpetrating genocide. Once the dust is settled, let's get serious reports on what it's actually done. But right now, it must be stopped. And anyone talking about it in any positive life, their military conduct is genuinely someone who is complicit in the crimes of a genocidal entity. Let me just also show you this. Here is... this is one of the best journalists out there, and I'm glad I have 3,000 people that I can currently tell about this. Also, thank you, Jathbrisk, and also thank you to Mean Robot Suck for your donations, because, I mean, you were talking exactly about what I was just saying. But, like, look at this, right? This is, like, 100... I don't know why this isn't loading. That's really annoying. This is basically just a whole thread of... Okay, here's a bit further. This is a guy recently. We are fighting absolute evil, an entire nation that lives around admiration for cannibalism, necrophilia, rape and murder. In Gaza, there is not a single innocent person. A nuclear bomb on all of Gaza is not sufficient punishment for these bacteria. Conquest, deportation, settlement. Gaza morally lost its right to exist in history. There isn't a single dunam of Gaza that cannot be Jewish. Responding to... And by the way, I don't know if I can find it, actually. This guy, one of these people got into a fucking Twitter spat on him with this guy. One of these genocidal fuckers got into a Twitter spat with him. Archive version. Right, this is from Channel 14 post. Ah, motherfucker. It's not going to work. Hold on, let me just get to it. I'll get you this Twitter post, don't worry. This is from one of Netanyahu's channels, I think Channel 13. Hold on. This is actually one of the most insane things that you will ever see. And this was tweeted like a few days ago. In fact, I think it might have been tweeted today. Right, it's not working, but I can get it off my Twitter. Let me see. Right, let's just pull this up. Innocent, who is the noble villain who wants to let them leave for Arab countries or Europe freely? Gaza is on death row. 2.6 million terrorists in Gaza are sentenced to death! ! They deserve death. They deserve death. People, women and children, in every way possible. They should simply be made into a Holocaust. Yes, read it again. SWAH. As far as I'm concerned, gas chambers, train cars and other cruel types of death for these Nazis. Without fear, without weakness. Simply to run over, to eradicate, to slaughter, to level, to dismantle, to shatter, without conscience and mercy, children and parents. I don't even know if I should read that on here. I'm worried I'm going to get banned for that. Like, oh my God. Like, those words. Like, hearing those words. And you want to talk about the IDF's good conduct in Gaza. Like, my God. My God. This is what I mean, and like why actually, you know what, I'm kind of dancing around it. This is why I am unequivocally hateful towards people who make dog shit content doing like any propaganda for the IOF. That's like senior Israeli officials, and they'll go, yeah, you know, it's just one guy. That is not one guy. That is a senior official who felt comfortable saying something like that, who will probably never be punished. He just deleted it from Twitter.
To actually systematically destroy every hospital.
You're okay with Hamas spending the totality? Can I ask you a question?
Crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
It depends on what you're saying, yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticism of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel. Because the Palestinians,
they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation from the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because
He has said he's Zionist, hasn't he?
Do you repeat it
No, the
maliciously
reason why people
time
believe
and
that is
time
because
again?
of your hyper-focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
and your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
platforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't
you
absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which is,
myself.
by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of
Do you
settler
not
colonial
consider?
violence.
Do you
Guys, legal disclaimer coming from someone in the UK. Hezbollah must be discussed as a terror organisation. I do not want to head the same way as NICAP. I think they exist within the context of a resistance movement to Israel's occupation, but I cannot say anything else. This is the country in which I live. This is the law of my country. Inciting support for them, especially with a platform like this, would get me in serious legal trouble. So any questions around this subject are always very difficult. However, in this context, I believe that they are not monstrous and evil savages. I believe that what they are is a movement that was founded in the context of Israeli occupation and Israel's consistent desire to own southern Lebanon.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action.
And I also think in the UK, this is a means to stifle debate and discussion of what is going on in Palestine by allowing people to wear fucking IDF hoodies and go around being like, I love the IDF, I love what they do in the Gaza Strip, I actually served in them, oh, my brother's in the IDF and he's killing Arabs right now. I think you create a society in which people cannot speak freely, and I think that this should be changed. But someone was arrested at a pro-Palestine protest, I'm pretty confident. I couldn't find out information about this, who had a sign that said deprescribe Hamas.
That the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution.
Very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that this definition is intentionally vague.
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Here, I'll be more
use this
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking
You're
about
right.
it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. Do we like them or no? They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state.
Do we like them?
Okay, a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended.
Yasser Arafat was considered a terrorist for so long. Yasser Arafat was considered a terrorist, and like Yasser Arafat's vision for like what should have happened, like it moved towards a two-state solution, and for the longest time he was like, we will make peace, our problem is not with Jewish people, you know.
Southern Lebanon. I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide. So what is the expectation?
Hassan, please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay, now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now,
actually, there was something I wanted to talk about because I can probably talk about this in this context. So this is an article called Neo-Orientalism and the New Barbarism Thesis from Dag Toastad. It's very interesting. Why do you keep saying keys without the E? Oh, you're telling me to... I can't believe that took me so long to work out. Oh, goodness fucking me. Symbolic power is blah, 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 blah. Yeah, listen to this. The second way is described by Edward Said in Orientalism. The imaginary of the Arab mind by the Israeli writer Raphael Patai or by Sania Hamadi's imaginary of the temperament and character of the Arabs, Said quotes. The Arabs have demonstrated an incapacity for disciplined and abiding unity. They show lack of coordination and harmony in organisation and function, nor have they revealed an ability for cooperation. Any collective action... Oh, this isn't actually what I wanted to read. The focus was on the Palestinian... The focus was on the Palestinian mind as an individual actor, on his/her psychology, culture, value system, temperament, and so forth. Attachments to extended kinship were labelled familism, were interpreted as if the Arabs were resistant to Western-style industrialization and development, and by implication to democratization. Sorry, there's one bit... Oh, here we go. Sorry, it's at the very fucking start. Symbolic power is power to construct a hegemonic vision of reality. This is exactly what these labels and such do. The means of production in this sense is also the means to produce distorted images of dominated people. Hence, resistance also involves resistance to the imaginaries produced by the hegemonic power. Palestinians are victims of symbolic violence in two ways. The first is the terrorist stigma with which the occupying power has labelled the Palestinian resistance organisations, if not the whole of the Palestinian population. That's how I'll talk about it.
Since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria? Mass murdering civilians?
By the way, right. I'm not going to run defense for Hezbollah in Syria. Syria is not my area of expertise, but the amount of evidence about this on the internet, about like what they actually did in Syria, like these massive amounts of massacres, is not as large as you would think. There is involvement of a siege somewhere in Madaya, I think it's called. I mean, I'm not here defending it. I don't really care to. I mean, I think that there are many people who are critical of this, and it is not my area of expertise. However, people like to inflate this as a means to say, well, they're the most evil savages in the world. Nothing Hezbollah has ever done compares to Sabra and Shatia. Nothing Hezbollah has ever done compares to what Israel has done since October the 7th. But Israelis are not pathologized as monstrous and evil, crazed monsters who are terrorists, who do violence because of their nature, because of their very nature. Also, Chris Y, that is a massive donation. Love what you're doing. Need more young progressives and voices like yours when Islamophobia is at an all-time high. And here in America, we can't sympathize with the Middle Eastern plight without calling them terrorists. But no, Ethan's sensibilities. Exactly. And someone's comment before was from a Vietnamese person, and all I could think as someone donated when I discussed this is, what were Vietnamese people pathologized as? Crazy lovers of communism who were monsters, who took Americans prisoners and did the nastiest things in the world to them. Jester ass laugh, keep up the good work. Thank you, Scapegoat. But yeah, like, Vietnamese were pathologized as like monsters and all of these things, and it's just like, yeah, what do you have to say? Hasan lost, by the way. I don't care if you think Hasan lost. I think it is very hard to say that Hasan came off horribly here, but what I will say, beyond that, beyond Hasan coming off horribly, what I am sitting here and doing is systemically showing you that Ethan is not not giving a good account of himself. I've also been live for 3 hours and we've managed to get through 2 hours at 2 times speed and also a 30-minute skip, so that's good.
Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
you're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay? Yeah. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy, in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
So what does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of...
they collaborated.
You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? Yeah. By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have an air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria?
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
I just want to address something here. Facts don't fucking matter. Facts are not how you change... Facts are not how you change someone's mind. Because how many times has Ethan gone back on the facts? And there are people in here commenting W Ethan. And his whole chat was filled with people going, Hasan looked horrible.
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barely.
And also, Ethan said in the video, he said, I know this shit, AB. I've checked ChatGPT like hundreds of times or something to that effect.
Bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad.
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they...
I don't think there's any number of how many people were killed. I think it's like a few thousand. The Houthi investigation. So, like, I mean, there is evidence of what Hezbollah did, but like, also look at where this is sort of coming from. This is one of the places, the American Israel and Jewish Affairs Council. I have no doubt that this is a brilliant organization. According to survivor testimony, Hezbollah killed children, raped women, and buried people alive. Okay. These are all things that Israel has done, by the way. The place that they are, very, very, very big fans of. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't think that there is this. I am not even like running mega defense. But what I am saying here is, this evidence has all emerged at a specific time, which is to make Hezbollah look like the big baddies, whilst Israel's massacres are way bigger. Israel's systemic use of rape and torture are way bigger. And by the way, even on that topic of the point of burying people alive, Israel does that fucking shit.
They killed, I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
I'm telling you what my position is right now.
you were talking to a normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Oh my god. Like, Ethan also, like, frames these people as, like, god-evil threats that Israel constantly faces. He's done it across multiple of his videos where he's like, crazy stuff happens when you're Israeli, like, all of this suffering, all of these things. And it's just like, oh my god, Ethan, like, what Israel is doing now is worse, and you wanted to go on holiday to the state doing those things and take your kids there to show it as a beautiful example of coexistence. And the reason you're not isn't because you felt bad about it. The reason that you noted yourself is because you didn't want your kids to experience rocket sirens.
What? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up... You stupidly said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they're allied. They participate. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
Sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I'm critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not minimizing
lie to people?
Like, we just watched the arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No.
Yeah, I mean, also, this is just the key point. Ethan, it's just another example of Ethan just not knowing what the fuck he is fucking talking about. Just saying things because he can, you know? Like, just saying things because he can. Like, it's just ridiculous. Unc really wore a suit to his own funeral.
That number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions.
Why did you put that? So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you said
incorrect
that
on
numerous
that.
times. You actually said you chat
I don't think about numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that. For
Okay.
Sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
Me
work like
Zionist?
this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
Responding to
who are
harassment.
offering analysis and not
Responding to harassment, blaming every single person who you don't like for doing all of these things to you.
justification, but
Can I
analysis.
can I flip it on you a little bit?
You're upset with people learning
Hasan, you're doing
about-
it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice
no,
now.
you
So
don't need to
this is
explain anything to me.
productive now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
I mean, whatever Hasan did, even if Hasan had said, I hate Hezbollah, people would think he was pro-terrorist. Like, the truth is as well, I think Hasan is more willing to avow what he actually supports in the sense of, hey, I think that these people are good in the context of taking on Israel, whereas Ethan would be unwilling to say, like, yeah, I think the IOF is good, because their military practices everywhere they do it are fucking disgusting.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa! Answer
Department's
the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
gotta
is
answer that
valid?
one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid?
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging.
Oh, Hasan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why you
did.
say that. You say that to
literally
disparage
just
me
did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group.
This is the key point. Like, he just literally says that Hezbollah are fucking a noble group, you know?
Should I just run around?
Well, also, like, this is one of my favourite posts I've ever seen. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. I'll show it. Look, Hasan... I asked ChatGPT to evaluate the debate. While Hasan had moments of clarity and solid points, you're doing PR for Hamas, whether you admit it or not. Cut through Hasan's justifications and hit the core criticism. This is someone, like, thinking ChatGPT... Oh, God... Just thinking like ChatGPT is like an awesome way to understand, as if it's some objective thing.
Beginning should change.
Well, I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
We'll get to
actions
that in
were
a
noble.
second.
I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were noble.
one. You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position.
Zionist. But it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Because if you're supporting Israel, who fucking cares if they assume that you're Zionist?
Got it.
No,
The
you
logic
understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume I'm
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel...
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as...
Because people treat his Tourette's has gotten worse over the like. It's really sad to see someone who could be a decent person in his space. I mean, one of the reasons I think that his Tourette's is so bad in this is because he's so stressed. Like, obviously, he's just so stressed about what is happening here because it's actually confronting with his beliefs, and he can't stand up for them, and he can't actually avow any of it truthfully.
as impactful under the Trump...
And also, it's because people treat AI like this big other, right? People think that AI is like some objective figure that will just sit there and tell you what is right. It is a culmination of information that is fed into it. It is nothing more than that. It's not like some fucking expert on these topics with years and years of research whose bias you can discern by virtue of what it publishes. It is literally just this thing that is just an amalgamation of shit stolen from other people on the internet.
Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist, in my space, it is a horrifically fucking...
Ethan is a pro-Israel Zionist.
It's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented... I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once, in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try...
By the way, as I pulled up in that Snark CPS thing, he said that previously a neo-Nazi who was a member of a gang that had actively killed Jewish people and the State Department or whoever were talking to him about his case. He said that happened, and apparently all of this is worse.
Try to ruin my life.
Dude,
all of my... Stop.
Because of being called a Zionist, not because he's Jewish.
All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
Guys, Leftovers H3, my goodness, this is like being caught with the Elders of Zion. It's terrible. It's one of the most evil places on earth, you know.
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but...
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community
you
for
said
this
your community has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about it from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality
Jesus Christ, bro, I
that
just want
your
to have a conversation. I don't want to
your own audience that you've cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict. And if you demonstrated, if you demonstrate.
The only, and it's really just indicative, the only people left are those who are just willing to like Ethan through anything. Who, whatever Ethan could say, would be the worst thing in, whatever Ethan could say, whatever it was, they would like it, truthfully.
Your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
Ethan,
listen to me. If you demonstrated a fraction, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me. If you demonstrated a fraction
hold on,
of the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left their community. By the way,
say something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing.
Thank you, Obi Blue. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, it's just like Ethan is just sat here, and I think Hasan is right. This is entirely a snark YouTube channel. This is just a YouTube channel that is based entirely on hating on Hasan.
Nothing to do with the harassment. Yeah, you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know. Did I...
He's got a video that iDubbbz forgot to mention called... Snark called CPS.
I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible.
Hold on, I'm just going to mess around with my lighting, because obviously it's gone dark. I want to see what it looks like with the main lights on. Is that too bright? It probably looks horrible right now. How's the lighting there? Is that better? I think it looks slightly better, maybe. I'm not sure. I've just missed loads of fucking messages. Oh, thank you, Ella. Thank you. I hope you're well. How's the lighting now? Do people like it? Oh my god, mate, the image looks so shit for me. The image looks insane for me. What do you think about the lighting? Is the lighting better? Let me know if the lighting is better. Not a model. No, I do care about the lighting because it's incredibly dark. Yeah, okay, increase debate volume.
For it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that. Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
You, Hasan, you don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd? No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of this disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't
believe
you
would... Why did you criticize...
So much of this is So much of this is just, you did this, you did that, you did this, you did that. Also, everyone's saying iDubbbz dropped a new video. Oh, Content Deputy H3. I think people will want me to stick on watching this, right? iDubbbz dropped a video. Everyone is saying iDubbbz dropped a video right now. Yeah, I think I should probably carry on watching this, but I mean, this is just dog shit from Ethan here. I kind of want to get onto the last bits, because the last bits are much more like, you know, some stuff to talk about.
XQC for not moderating his chat.
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, you know, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay? There's a difference between
and that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you, because it will show you what a liar
fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan, people don't
my
like you.
My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might
a second video has hit the homepage.
Surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's embarrassing.
Dan, sorry, hold on. Dan is in the bathroom
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
I mean, it's just the key point, isn't it? This is about being liked for Ethan, and increasingly he's worried because people have gone, and yeah.
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the Palestine would be free is actually
I'm not going to let you stomach me with again another pathetic fucking lie. Holy
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that. Wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' voice for peace are akin to capos. Like that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices is not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But
of course, there's going to be
failing. But the most important component here,
it's like you're tokenizing a few Israelis. It seems silly.
Yeah, he 100% said this. I know I'm muted now. Whoops.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roof like a fucking Hamas is ISIS. You say all of that. If it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the with the rest of the movement.
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
can I play this?
Token
this is
Jews that are not representative of the broader movement?
You
also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically, yes.
And you are quick to call them
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Chris Mutzler. I mean, also just on this fucking topic of Bad Empanada, like, oh God, it's just utter crap. It's just utter crap, man. Like, he's just going, oh, but Bad Empanada did this, Bad Empanada did this. It's just like, oh my God.
Suddenly when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend.
Yeah,
interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada. And
why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream, why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
Yeah, shout out Matt Lieb.
That is a insane, pathetic, bold-faced lie.
No, he said.
You literally said, oh my God, dude.
Wait, really? Apparently Ian from iDubbbz is pulling out of Creator Clash and relinquishing control to other executives. I mean, that's fair enough. This is just kind of mad, you know, destroying a fucking charity event. And you're right, Ethan is being haunted by Bad Empanada.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Wait, you can't just
now let's watch. Did you ask for it? Actually, hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something you ever asked for.
Why aren't you
all these
playing
other content creators.
It's like the N2 if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Like, yeah, it's just ridiculous, you know. Claiming that Hasan is just like this awful, claiming that Hasan is like platforming Bad Empanada and stuff. Yeah, who fucking cares? Like, he didn't endorse like everything that Bad Empanada says and does, and I've mentioned Bad Empanada in my videos. Obviously, it's different because he has a way bigger platform than me. But I will still be frank here. Bad Empanada does make fucking great videos, like especially on his main channel.
About how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. More videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are...
People to stop yelling at you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again.
Sorry, I'm kind of just weighing up skipping through some of this because, like, I'm not sure I just want to watch them have like a bit of a personal thing because there's not really much to react to here. It's just kind of, yeah, this is true that Hasan defended him, and you know that's kind of it, really.
In this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course.
Bad Empanada is unequivocally against genocide, you know, like I think that's something to be admired, and he has used his platform to put out amazing information. I think he just says and does some things that I would not do.
Recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Wait, whoa,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
my turn.
No, yes, whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
My community and claiming that.
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm gonna
fuck up, and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist?
Okay, I got it. Are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching one called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Does Bad Empanada have a video called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? I don't think he does have a video called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer, does he?
Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada roleplay hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not. Yeah. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate... You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well. The reason why the blockade ended is because...
How many of you watch Not About...
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is...
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast. The reason why the blockade ended is because...
How many of you watch Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you watched?
Yeah, I've seen the video. I watched the video. I know exactly what it was. It's yeah. I think that, yeah, I mean, I also think that Bad Empanada just behaves horribly on the internet, and there are so many fucking people who behave horribly on the internet anyway, you know. It's like I mean, Bad Empanada has never sexually assaulted anyone, you know, and so I think that's probably a pretty good one.
They are not about me.
I don't know.
Maybe,
I
don't know. Maybe
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Oh, I gotta refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
these
over
are most
60.
Likely,
hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over a 60-day period, that's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. Right. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, the fan channel defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of.
Yeah, I wanted to leave this part on just for the funny bit, but I might just skip a bit because there's, as I say, there's nothing to fucking react to because it's just Ethan going, "You're mean, you're mean."
Your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
You
regular?
have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing this.
Look, that's me. That's my video.
I say one thing on Twitch, on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and
And
over
you
again.
love
So
it.
of course
It's all
gonna look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
no,
the same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The last
same
one does
moment
not.
multiplied. Go back to the
no, this
fucking
one does
photo.
not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times. You talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are, up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think this is
I have some
reasonable?
numbers as well.
Hold on. You're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 6
Instagram
minutes.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post
From what period?
since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's you,
date?
not fan channels. This
I'm
is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January.
I mean, also, I think that this is actually a mischaracterization. I think that this is categorically a mischaracterization because it doesn't include all of the times that Ethan has just randomly mentioned Hasan on his podcast, randomly just brought him up in like conversations that have nothing to do with Hasan, hired someone who just hates Hasan, you know?
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips,
What
you
year?
have mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you said I storied about you 100 times this year.
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Somehow this isn't a. Somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110
You're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate with your
stories.
approval, under your direction.
When you
It's
look
part
at
of your
me
disinfo
referencing you,
campaign to
it's
avoid
almost
responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking hostile. When are we in agreement? Hasan called me
you
stupid,
say
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream.
I did not make a hate video. Categorically, I did not. Guys, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second.
Make
Ethan, your entire fucking
I was muted again. This is just chair reacting now. You're not getting any more content.
stream is a hate video. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I went downstairs to do, to just ring people.
Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue.
Yeah, I mean, this is just categorically true, isn't it? This is just categorically true. This guy has a fucking harassment. He has a fucking harassment channel. That's all it is.
Anonymous Redditors to dox them,
what?
which you
When did I try
openly
to sue?
stated.
Whoa,
You wanted
whoa.
to dox them
When
to
did I-
their families.
I did indeed wash my hands.
Hold it. What?
Perhaps not for as long as I should have.
You
This is on-
sent
you're-
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can anonymous
Ethan. I know you
Redditors
took Instagram
defame you
stories
and
away.
harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay,
I
and
don't
that
even
went
know
viral.
what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was.
I think all of Hasan is just people making fucking stuff up about him as well. So, like, I feel like he's someone who's actually experienced it.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
You just get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people. There are anonymous Redditors.
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they said some
extorting?
shit about you.
Oh, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get?
There's also something that they forgot to mention. There is something that they forgot to mention. Absolutely, that forgot to mention, which I have just also fucking forgotten. Why have I forgotten it? Oh, that Ethan's lawyer is a West Bank settler. He's a West Bank settler. He is a West Bank settler, and Ethan thinks he's a valid target.
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
What is this where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck? I will give
I'm
you $1 million.
explaining the context, dude.
I didn't
You're
even know
accusing me of
this
something.
moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context.
Ethan Klein did not ban people for saying Happy Ramadan.
How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
You're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
there could
they
be.
were fucking.
Do you think, okay, about this instance.
Well, great. It's not that
one
crazy.
One of the Redditors that you sued. Okay,
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement, but in the process.
I think people all know about this, like how he just was suing people. So maybe I'll just move on so we can get a bit more to the meat of debate.
Very poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
You haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
My channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge.
Does anyone know what he's talking about with this?
All of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what 600,000 views. Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke. Okay. In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke. Months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his video.
You didn't watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity to
You didn't watch the video.
have the capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Did someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just watch?
Why did you say nice skip? I skipped it because there's nothing to react to here. It is just Ethan saying he didn't do things that he probably did do, and then Ethan just whining. There's no meat to talk about. It's literally just, yeah, Ethan's just being pathetic and petty and not wanting to talk about Palestine because he doesn't know anything about it.
Watch the video then. Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
it seems cowardly. You're like, I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he's making a good point.
You have, in the cringiest way possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay? So let me explain to you something.
Being pro-Palestine means you are infallible and can never be criticized. That's awesome. You want to talk about the content nuke, Hasan? Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of context?
One of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from.
I showed evidence.
It was from.
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't
denier?
out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you feel like? Wait, what do you mean?
I showed you.
That wasn't out of context. That is the context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace, sexual assaults commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
Okay, so
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what? What is going
because
on?
I have that because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay,
And
play
then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week.
Yeah, like, Ben Gvir doesn't compare to any British politician. Say whatever the fuck you want about this guy. I mean, don't, like, be outright just anti-Semitic, but, like, say whatever the fuck you want about this guy. He is horrendous. Calling him an inbred hick is this is a man who literally said, you know, by the way, as well, Israeli prisons were already torture dungeons for decades. Like, they were doing heinous shit to Palestinians. But Itamar Ben Gvir said that he made them worse intentionally. He also, by the way, Itamar Ben Gvir has some really bizarre social media content. He has a TikTok, I think, and he posted this photo where he was a video where he was kicking footballs, and he was like, the first one was a football, and then he said the second was Ahmed Tipi's head. He used to have a TikTok. I don't know if he still does. Yeah, he does. See what his most popular fucking TikTok on here is. I have no idea what this will be. There's no captions or translation, but he just posts weird shit on TikTok.
There was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred.
This guy is also Jewish. That's Noah Colwyn, isn't it? Noah Colwyn is Jewish.
Inbred. Orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. Friends Israeli flag in the middle.
Jesus Christ, thank you. That's an incredibly... Can you kindly explain so simplify the Nakba discussion towards the end when Ethan blamed the Arabs for Jewish displacement? They were talking over each other. Yeah, of course, I will 100% do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honestly, these are incredibly kind donations.
Middle of campus, carried to a mob by the gate that were communicating with...
Yeah, so as I said yesterday, there was like a whole incident like this that happened on my university campus. There's actually a new one. There's a new one. Jewish students at the University of Exeter feel marginalised, targeted and voiceless. Samuel Weiss. The university's decision to decline an invitation to Kristallnacht and commemoration in Krakow and Auschwitz this past was not merely a missed opportunity. It reflected a deeper, more troubling trend. The systemic marginalisation of support for Jewish students on campus, while the university publicly champions inclusivity. It's just bollocks. It's just utter bollocks. Meanwhile, anti-Israel protests organised by student groups on school grounds are a weekly occurrence. At these rallies, one can hear calling for attacks on Jews via a global intifada and praise for terror groups such as Yemen, Yemen, make us proud, turn another ship around. No, the Houthis are not a terrorist group in the UK, and also global intifada does not mean violence to Jews. But these are just people like Ethan using anti-Semitism as a guide, as a way to just deflect criticism.
With the angry mobs outside of campus. Awesome. Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch this one too.
Inbred.
Clips it, and that's the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. Dude, come on. You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred?
This bit is so fucking
they're
funny.
They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at the video.
Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background, dude.
By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. I can be real here.
I'm so scared of you. That's why I want to...
3 Hassans, 2 Ethans on screen right now.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Like, honestly, how do you look at a photo of all of these people with humanitarian aid and see Israel and think like, yeah, this is a normal thing that they get up to?
Doing charity or something. Looks like they've got water or box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis. But he's not calling Jewish people inbred. He's not calling them inbred because they are Jewish. He is not calling them them inbred because they are Jewish.
Ethan, what's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No,
you don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
The similarities between Holocaust denial and Israeli genocide defense is so gross and ironic. Well, Israel didn't kill that many people. I mean, indeed. And also it's because, like, all genocides don't look the same and people just want it to be that, like, well, you know, as it turns out, it's not exactly the same as the Holocaust, so how can it be genocide? And it's just people denying one of the most heinous crimes of our era, if not the most heinous crime, really.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that he was a victim of harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going...
I also really fucking hate when people who have never been to universities... I'm doing the Douglas Murray thing here, where I'm saying, like, well, people who've never been, but... Sorry, people who haven't been at university in recent years discuss this kind of stuff, you know?
Going on Fox, they'd be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When some... What is the bully aspect?
There needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying... people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you.
No,
that was me saying why you...
Do you know that there's a story that Itamar Ben-Gvir, David Sheen talks about this. So when Itamar Ben-Gvir was younger, he was on an Israeli TV show, and so basically, there was this guy who was the head of another Israeli newspaper called like Par Politico or something, and he said, Itamar, you little Nazi, to Itamar Ben-Gvir. And Itamar Ben-Gvir sued him, and it went all the way to the Israeli Supreme Court, and Itamar Ben-Gvir won, and the court said, well, Itamar is definitely not a Nazi, but your ideology is so similar to the Nazis that you can't be recompensated with a load of money. So he only ended up receiving 1 shekel, which is like nothing in compensation. Because like even they would admit, like even a lot of Israelis once upon a time, the term Judeo-Nazi comes from a guy called from like something Leibovitz talking about it. And people were saying, hey, we're starting to behave similarly to the Nazis, you know?
You are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going in.
Exactly, this is the point. These are extremists.
To Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah,
they look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you...
They're good, kind boys carrying humanitarian aid. Bro, if I see an Israeli with humanitarian aid, like an Israeli in a situation where there's a group of them, I don't think they are carrying it. I will just say that with their society.
You assume that people won't
I literally took it back immediately. I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
There's a lot more. Do you want to keep going? Piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because you're a chronicler. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay? Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you've backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Oh, sorry, not
the Houthi Luffy.
They're not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do not.
That's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly.
No, it's not that you care.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're saying that it's a genocide. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel?
That's
like fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not.
This part is so funny because it's again another mistake in the content nuke. I know Hasan notes this. Literally, Wikipedia literally notes that this is a ship that was owned by an Israeli, that's like chartered by an Israeli company. He thinks it's from the Isle of Man. Like, bro, who even knows what the Isle of Man is? I know what the Isle of Man is, to clarify. Oh.
Not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the fucking
It was partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi.
Hasan just said he'd love to have me on stream. Bro! Well, he can have me on whenever he wants if he stops ignoring my messages.
Like, conglomerate company that was partially...
No, I'm joking. I'd fucking love to go on it. And when he's in the UK, I'd love to meet him.
Owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
And it was bound for...
Do you want to know something funny? So, I would never describe myself as, like, Hasan's #1 fanboy. I'm sorry from detracting from this. I don't know if people are interested. But I used to listen to Leftovers in H3 whilst I worked stacking shelves. I would be so excited because one shift a week, you'd get to, like, listen with your headphones the entire shift. And every Sunday, I would just get to listen to a whole Leftovers episode or whenever it came out. I think maybe it came out on a Friday or a Saturday. And like, one of the reasons I started doing this was then I got fired from that job, or I didn't get fired, I just didn't get kept on after I was like a temporary worker. And I got kept on, I didn't get kept on. And I was like, fuck it, I'll make a TikTok video, because I was like, I'd like to try it. And kind of he inspired me to do that kind of thing, I think. And yeah, I owe him a lot, you know.
Fucking
Matter.
From India.
What do you think
They
BDS is,
kidnapped
dude?
5
BDS
totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept the prisoners for a year.
Video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know. I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
Partially owned by an Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
Conglomerate
It's owned by a British company. So it's owned by a British company.
That it was owned.
This is also so funny in the context of I brought this up. Ethan just did nothing. He did no research and just pushed out this thing. And it's kind of also just this thing of like, okay, even if it wasn't, does that really deny the sacrifice that the people of Yemen have made? They are getting bombed. They are getting bombed and targeted and just subjected to horrors and all of these things. And yeah, I mean, yeah. Also, someone said, "Is Ethan's hand's not on the button? He's drinking."
Owned by Isle of Man. It was Isle of Man ship.
And the British are notoriously not connected to Israel. I mean, yeah, I thought you were talking about me generally. I was like, bro, that's my next planned video talking about Britain's involvement. Britain created the state of Israel, you know? Like, we did, basically.
Like, you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this, so, if this Jewish, or this Israeli guy, if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I think that even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
Yeah, I forgot Hasan just says exactly this.
I mean, like, I agree with
conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied.
wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
By the way, without the British, the Zionist project never would have survived, because when the Zionist project was met with the Arab Revolt of 1936 to 39, there was no chance they could have survived that on their own. They would have got taken out. The only reason that the Zionist project survived and then did so well afterwards was because during that time, Britain went and crushed all Palestinian resistance. And also Israel actually built the port of Tel Aviv at this time because they were striking Palestinian workers, which is just so sadistic when you think about it. Palestinians who were striking not to lose their society literally got replaced by these settlers.
Why?
You say
you're basically running defense for terrorist organizations. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait.
Their message is good.
Dude, let's ring up the fucking Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country on
not
the fucking
hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your content...
So I don't know if that would have been the black and tans. It was much more just British. I think when I make the video, I'll talk about it. But Britain spent so much money on what they were doing. So the black and tans would have been a while before. So the Arab Revolt, basically, at a certain point, Palestinians got very, very upset about what was happening in Palestine. Lots of Palestinians had been displaced. Lots of them had lost their jobs. And then they basically ended up revolting. And the Arab Revolt was some non-violent, some violent. And it began with a guy called, if you actually know Hamas, I'm pretty confident it began with Izz-ad-Din al-Qassam. So that's who the Qassam brigades are named after. If you actually want to read something, because I haven't researched the Arab Revolt in a while, if you want to read something that will give you a very good explanation of the Arab Revolt, Ghassan Kanafani wrote this for free. My favourite part of the pamphlet was when Herzl was basically pushing a pyramid scheme to fund his Jewish state. I didn't know that. But yeah, the Arab Revolt was basically anti-colonial resistance. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Puke. Those people had been released. What would you do?
I remember. I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
You couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Were
they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year? Well, how's it deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of deterrence?
Sailor?
It did work, and by the way, I don't think Hasan mentions this, but it had a massive impact on global shipping. He does mention the port of Isla as well.
Yes.
How is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they not? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there?
Guys, I'm kind of wondering, because I'm starting to flag a bit, whether it's a good idea to leave like the last hour of this to react to tomorrow, or I don't know, because I'll still stream for a bit longer, but I don't know if people would want me to leave it for a bit longer. I don't know, just because I'm starting to feel a bit like tired and such, but I don't mind.
Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine, how do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either.
Yemen are the fucking best, by the way. Yemen are the best. Not Yemen are the best. The people of Yemen are the best. Yemen. The truth is that the Yemeni people have made a great fucking sacrifice. The people of Yemen are dying. They are being exterminated en masse. But yeah, no. It's not. It's not that I'm bored even, and it's not even that the viewers have gone down. It's just even when we got to that part that I skipped, hold on, I just feel a bit like, ugh, I've never streamed for this long before. I've never streamed for fucking 4 hours. But it's just like, I kind of feel a bit like, oh, goodness me. I don't know. I'll keep watching a bit, but I'm just starting to think I'm not really talking as much and stuff and shit like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, and also, I can speak fucking freely about the Houthis because the Houthis are not designated a terrorist organisation in the UK. Whereas all these other groups are, and you can't speak freely about them. And the truth is that the Houthis are a Yeah, I mean, it was also quite brave. And also, I did not get drunk last night, but I had like 2 beers and I was insanely hungover, so that was not pleasant. Tomorrow. But if I don't finish it now, do you want me to watch the iDubbbz thing? Because I do actually just kind of want to watch it for the sake of it. Like, I'm just, I do want to watch it. I mean, also, yeah, I mean, I've watched 3 hours of a fucking video. I'm not capable of just sort of sitting here. I'm happy because I guess that a lot of the viewers went off because I was watching, because I know exactly why viewers went off, because it's people who want to go and watch iDubbbz's new video, which is fair enough, and probably watch Hasan and stuff, and it's completely fine. The chat is speaking. I think it's fair enough. I thought that it was going to end up being 2 parts, but I think two parts, and let's watch the content deputy. Okay, that's perfect. That's I'm going to be honest, that's so much better for me. I'm going to watch this this video. And also, to be honest, after all of that, I think it will be a bit of a reprieve from this Ethan stream. I've accidentally just closed my stream, so I got... But actually, you know what? Before I do, I'll interact with the chat. If any of you have any questions you want to ask whilst I'm like kind of in between, I'd like to do that as well. Because one of the reasons I loved going live on Twitch, and I loved being able to talk about more serious topics, but one of the problems with it was basically that I would always have never a big enough audience to do it. So like, you know what? Before I do, I'll interact with the chat. If any of you have any questions, you're hearing me double right now. But yeah, I'd like to watch this Ethan thing, but I'll do this. I think that it's saying tomorrow. Because also, by the way, this last part is the densest, and I think that this is, yeah, I think it just makes sense to do tomorrow. Because I'm flagging, and I'm so tired. Yeah. I'm so tired. iDubbbz cries. Wow. By the way, guys, I mean, the other part is if I do, what kind of questions do you accept? I accept questions about pretty much anything, Palestine things, I would prefer. And also I can take my headset off, which I hate wearing. So, what's your hair routine? I just leave it as it is. Everyone and their mum is covering this anyway. But your video on Yemen and the surrounding trauma they're all suffering under Zionism. I mean, that is a great video. I'd love to talk more about Yemen. I guess I touched on it on the Alika Lebon stuff. And I think I've always wanted to talk about... many different things. I'm glad you have a big audience. Yeah, it's fucking mad. I mean, it was a good way of talking about this kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think that the last part to dissect is a good idea to do tomorrow, because it is the most dense and stuff. What's the best book to recommend for beginners? On Palestine by Noam Chomsky and Ilan Pappé. That's the best book I ever read. iDubbbz Friend is just friend drama, and The End is Terrible, appealing to Zio Fifis. Okay. Can you speak about the UK anti-terrorism law? I'm not an expert in anti-terror law, and I guess it's a subject which I'm very nervous of, because I have like a decent-sized platform. Like last year, I was so fucking paranoid that the police were going to knock on my door. I was so paranoid. من فقط یک کمی فارسی صحبت میکنم. فارسی هم یک کمی بد است چون که برای 2 سال هیچ فارسی صحبت کردم. I think that's how I'd say it. Yeah. I have a master's in Middle Eastern Studies. Can you speak... So I've spoken on the UAE, and I will speak on it, because the UAE is a really good example. I was actually going to make a video about that, because I don't know if any of you seen this stupid video of fucking Philip DeFranco. I'll pull it up. This just definitely makes more sense. Honestly, I feel quite happy, because I really need to eat something in about like an hour at least. So maybe we won't do the iDubbbz thing if it's just friend drama, but maybe we could. I don't know. Sorry, Hasan just messaged me. Sorry, yeah, Hasan. So it looks like I probably will go on Hasan's stream if any of you are interested in that. That's very exciting. But yeah. So I mean, also, by the way, one of the fucking weirdest things about the Gulf is, sorry, that was probably really loud. One of the weirdest things about the Gulf states is that they are just pretty much all made up of fucking migrants. Yeah, look at this list. Look at this fucking list of the Gulf states, right? These are countries made up almost entirely of migrants. Look at this. Qatar population, 300,000 nationals, 2.5 million non-nationals. United Arab Emirates, 9.2 million. Nationals, 1.2 million. There is literally just nothing. There is literally just nothing. Hold on, I'll actually check if Hasan wants to do it now. Because if Hasan wants to do it now, I could do it now, and you could all go watch me there. I'll just keep my phone open and then continue talking about this. The UAE is such a... Yeah, they're predominantly from Southeast Asia, but like, by the way, I was thinking about this a lot. I was thinking about this a lot when it comes to how people talk about the Arab slave trade. Because people love to fucking bring up the Arab slave trade and be like, oh, you know, the Arabs had a slave trade and all these things. And but the fact is that the Arab slave trade... is manifested today with these things, is manifested today with these things of like a continued exploitation of human beings. UAE numbers is insane. Of course it's insane. So the UAE has a mixture of rich expats and also like poor people who are brought over as basically slaves who serve as domestic workers and such, and all of these things. Let Hasan come on this stream. I don't think Hasan would come on this stream. Hasan is live right now. He just doesn't do YouTube lives. I mean, I'm really fucking happy about that. That is fucking amazing. I'm sorry. I'm really excited. Yeah, I mean... But by the way, so when the UAE attacked Yemen in 2000, in the 2010s, when they did that, the UAE had what did I say? The UAE basically used mercenaries from they had mercenaries from Yemen and also from Colombia and stuff. You are all giddy about Hasan. I love it. Yeah, I am quite giddy. I don't know if Hasan wants to have me on now. He said, send me your Discord. Hold on. I just don't want you guys to see my fucking Discord. I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. I think it's in streamer mode. Yeah, you can't see it. Great. Does anyone know how you show your fucking name on Discord? Hold on. Let me just work this. Sorry. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, shit. You know what? I should probably do this later. Sorry, I just don't want to distract from the stream. I really enjoy this. Guys, I've been thinking as well. I do want to make a video. I do want to make videos about I'm not going to move to Twitch, but I am going to start doing videos that are much more about like, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. Look how fucking tired I am. Appreciate your work, dude. If you haven't, definitely read. I listened to Tarek Bakoni on I listened to him on the Dig podcast. Any interest in making vids on UK politics? I feel like I'm a bit of an idiot. Well, actually, no. I think TikTok has convinced me my video on UK politics don't work because I don't get views on them. But I think that I have interesting things to say. But my only problem with UK politics is... sorry, I'm saying so many things at this point. I don't know any Arabic. Jimmy the Giant seems great. Seems like he's an interesting guy. What was I going to say? Oh no, I might do like 1 or 2 live streams a week on here. Just like, they'll be much smaller and much more personal than all the stuff going on here, because there's obviously a lot of people who are watching to see my reactions on stuff. And yeah, but like, I think I'd like to do it. If he doesn't come on your stream immediately. The UK is a very depressing place. Yeah. Actually, you know what, guys? I have had a great stream, but I am going to go now, and I'm going to do one tomorrow. I am going to do one tomorrow. I thank you all for coming, and I'm sorry for ending it abruptly. I'm not going on Hasan's stream or anything, but I am just so fucking tired. I've been live for 4 hours. I was already tired from staying up way too late watching this. So thank you all for coming. I hope you all have a lovely rest of the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow to finish watching this. So see you later.